Hmm. 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 Maybe it's my settings. The reason why everything is 720p and not something to do with YouTube. Mm-hmm. As usual. Let's start here.
Soar with the wind. Soar with the wind. Cycle of yin and yang. Scatter.
Allow me my trick.
Leave it to don't underestimate. Leave it to me. Concentrate.
Yay.
To the skies. She and mind as one.
What?
To the skies. Concentrate. An opening. To the skies! To the skies! Concentrate!
Rooftop.
To the skies!
I shall refine the unclean!
Recon! Swift yet still. Scatter! She and mind as one.
Shifu, allow me to get through! Let me see what you're made of!
Disappointing. Soar with the wind. The weak spot is here!
Please, in lesson! Breaking through!
Allow me.
Your behavior won't be tolerated!
Concentrate. Soar with the wind.
And there is nothing here. And storm is
Soar with the wind. An opening. Leave it to me. Here. And here. Disappointing. To the skies. Form and spirit. Out decree. Soar with the wind.
I'll take you. Out of my way!
To the skies.
Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Okay. What now? Hollow. Not now. But now is this thing. That's nothing new. So yeah, my opinion on all of this is it feels like if I get Nagi, I will be playing Jane Doe much less. And I want to play Jane Doe a lot. She's my favorite character. Maybe I live in the worst installations into her. Meditate or mediate. But yeah, getting a Nagi is a great way to not worry about effectiveness of NB Steam. "27 days. Long patch, it's fine. Not the patch is long. Artis. Honestly, how the previous showcases were much better when it just shows them side by side. And special attacks. And so damage inflicted by the Equiper. You know what, fuck it. I tried to build Monais. What I think the correct way to do stuff is to actually continue trying to build
Got a new
Jaden
ghost
Doe.
story to share?
Which alias should I use this time?
I mean, this is fine. Why isn't it locked? Also fine. Not really. No, it looks like what I find fine is not really fine at all. Need more normally proficiency and need more attack percent. Uh, Dennis. Not even sure she needs an. Same attribute or faction. Yeah. Upon hitting an enemy with X special attack, the next shock effect inflicted on the target increases shock damage by 18%. So 18% damage bonus. Yeah, pretty much impossible to give it to her. No, 30%.
Let's start the experiment.
Need something? Go ask my colleagues.
Yeah, also I have her muscle, which currently doesn't really have anything going for him. Oh, God.
Is it time to clock out?
It's time to invest in my artifacts.
Only the brave will win. That's me!
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Dinga-dinga-da.
Don't get hit. Oops, sorry.
My turn. You like that?
A little gift for you.
About to heat up.
Come on. Well, double crit.
coffee to jumpstart your day. Sometimes, stop.
Time to split! Yeah! Want some more?
Yeah, something weird is happening here. And by weird, I mean Jane doesn't really work when she stun locks enemies.
Time for a surprise! Oops, sorry.
No.
Got a new ghost story to share? Good morning. Anything you'd like to buy? We have some limited edition items in stock.
Or is it me? I did get it recently.
Hey there. Having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
From the cannon.
Hey there. Having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
Defense. What?
Before you leave, why not try your luck again? It could lead to some fantastic surprises. You never know.
So I'm trying to build more eyes, right? Right. Because
Where we
apparently
going?
it's
There's no class today.
pretty good.
Sokaku, ready.
So I'm gonna equip all of that. Bullshit. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, BRB. Нет, хуже не стало, стало так же. Ничего не изменилось.
Ну, возьмите.
Мам,
Вот это я тебе даю. Специально для тебя выписал,
это что?
чтобы ты не боялся весь фрукт посмотреть. На 100 грамм это получается калорий, ну как смотри. То есть вот сушеный, да, консервированный лучше. А вот...
Нет, мам, я... Ты что думаешь?
Не, ну ты...
Ты
вот-
думаешь, что я боюсь есть фрукты?
Да,
Нет, мам, я боюсь... Ты думаешь из-за калорий?
да.
Нет, не из-за калорий, а из-за туалета.
Значит, перевода... Всю ночь чапкал.
Пиццу всю ночь отчавкал, но помочь оно мне никак не смогло.
В общем, слушай, либо это лекарство так есть. Ну, у меня тоже, собственно, жидкий стол, но я ем много овощей. Овощей, фруктов.
Мама, отстань от меня.
Я переживаю за тебя.
Отстань от меня.
Как ты на работу.
Отстань от меня. На работу я не пойду. Все просто. Has energy regenerate. Go for freedom blows and contact percent. Come on, attack percent, please. Okay. Once there. Come on.
still be able to pull this off. If you're playing the Lycon version, it's actually executed very similarly. The only big differences are that you will open the combo by using Lycon's X skill before Miyami's combos. However, if you find that you're consistently coming up a little bit short of Anomaly, you can try swapping to Anomaly Mastery to see if that does anything. Finally, for her W engine, you just want to make sure that it has
Anything with R, preferably not Volt. Well, Volt is the only other. And then Energy Rich Arch is more likely. One up or but attack cancel up. Come on, attack percent. Here we go. More attack percent, more up, please. Attack percent. Nice, 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 nice. It's a shame that we have to take away this from Piper. But oh well. Oh well.
Is it work time? Is food included?
Energy regen, because like I've said plenty of times in this video, Sokaku really wants her energy to build up anomalies to make this team work. Finally, the third member. If you're using Yuzuha, just build her how you normally would, except put her on Astral Voice for the 4 set. It's suboptimal for every other team of hers, but for this one it comes out on top because Sokaku will be providing a lot of quick assists. Now if you're playing Lycon, he will also be on Astral Voice. The damage bonus it gives is just too much compared to any other alternative.
I'll be waiting for your next visit.
Got a new ghost story to share?
I'm at your disposal.
Yep. And good. Oh. I want energy recharge. Energy regen. Oh boy.
Similar to Sokaku, he wants his energy.
variable, but end of charge. Doesn't matter here. Mass damage bonus, sure. Retrade, please. Nope.
I found energy regen on disc 6 to be the easiest to play with, so that will be my recommendation. For your Bangbu, which actually does matter, well, it actually doesn't matter because I think both Ice Bangbus are perfectly fine. They both have problems, but there's not enough of a difference for me to think it's worth spending much time talking about them. So yeah, just use whichever of them you have leveled. Okay, so far we've run over explaining why the team works, all the mechanics you need to pull off the combos, and the builds. Now we can finally talk about actually playing the team. There are two parts to the fight, the out of stun phase and the stun phase. Since the boss doesn't start stunned, let's talk about the out of stun phase first. Your goal here should be to collect energy and have buffs ready for when you do reach the stun window. You want the anomaly bars mostly filled up, but it's okay if they aren't completely full. In general, you will open the fight with Sokaku doing the fake rally cancel. Through Mindscapes, she can potentially get a stack here. If you're tryharding, you want to make sure she gets a stack here just simply because this lets Miyabi have the full 1000 attack buff earlier. You want to alternate between Frost and Freeze and try to not let the anomaly fall off so you can keep disordering off the previous anomaly. Additionally, do your best to not completely deplete Sokaku's energy. Even though the cost is low, you do need at least 60 to be able to cast your X in the first place, so if you can avoid it, don't go too far below the threshold. In my opinion, the out of stun phase is the hardest part about playing Mono Ice because there isn't one set combo that you can use to perfectly set up your resources for the stun window. However, between Miyabi's enhanced basic attack and the freezes, there does reach a point where there isn't very much variation in the out of stun phase. Okay, so the boss's daze bar is almost full after repeating the previous process a couple times, and now it's time to go ham. I've already created 2 videos showing off some mono ice combos, so I would recommend that you watch them first so you have an idea of what we're going to be working towards. At the very minimum, by the end of this video, I hope you'll be able to pull off a level 4 combo of the first video or level 5 combo of the second one. Since Yuzuha is his newest character, I'll go over the combo with her first. The goal will be to fit in 3 enhanced basic attacks and get 3 disorders off of Frostburn. We will start by using Miyabi to freeze the enemy.
I only handle technical matters.
Good day, Lord Phaeton. What?
Huh? And
What
Good day.
Is the con-
wanna be my research subject?
I've got your back. My loyalty lies with
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I am looking for an
Is it work time?
Ooh, we really.
This is the path I follow.
Is the.
Sokaku?
Eradicate all evil.
I would never turn down Lord Phaeton. Foo-foo.
This is the
Good day, Lord Phaeton. Got a new ghost story to share?
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Is the.
Got a new ghost story to share?
asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
Evelyn,
Ooh,
Astra,
we really harmonize.
and Fufu.
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Wata wata.
Yeah, I think Fufu.
Wata wata.
I couldn't help.
Asset confirmed.
Button snap.
Is the concert starting?
Chinyi has problems. Which are... Where do I use her? I want to use her, she's amazing. But I have no clue where to use her. Okay, Mana Ice.
This is the path.
Sokaku, ready!
I shall follow your orders.
Is it
I'm at your...
Sokaku, ready!
Wata
Like that.
Understood.
Awaken. Focus. Alrighty. Yeah. Sokaku, switch.
In position.
Alrighty.
What does this work?
Yeah. Look at me. Yup.
Almost. Oh god, but...
Turn. Yeah. There's no time to lose.
Okay, something
Say no more.
like that. Oh god.
I created 2 videos showing off some mono ice combos, so I would recommend that you watch them first so you have an idea of what we're going to be working towards. At the very minimum, by the end of this video, I hope you'll be able to pull off a level 4 combo of the first video or level 5 combo of the second one. Since Yuzuha is the newest character, I'll go over the combo with her first. The goal will be to fit in 3 enhanced basic attacks and get 3 disorders off of Frostburn. We will start by using Miyabi to freeze the enemy, hopefully stunning it in the process. If you miss the stun, it's not the biggest deal, even though it is a damage loss. We'll start by using Miyabi's enhanced basic attack. This is the
Are you bored? Should I read you something?
chain attack. The best way to start a chain attack is to quick assist into Miyabi and then quickly swap to
If there's nothing to do, we should practice the blade. You strike first.
Yuzuha and use her special. If it ends up being her X special, it's not the end of the world. Even though you do want her element match to be with Sokaku, we're close to the end of the combo chain attack. The best way to start a chain attack is to quick assist into Miyabi and then quickly swap to Yuzuha and use her special. Actually executed very similarly. The only big differences are that you will open the combo by using Lycon's X skill before Miyabi's X. This is a
If there's nothing to do, we should practice the blade. You strike first.
important, so the first enhanced basic attack benefits from Lycon's stun multiplier boost. If you're fast enough, you could get away with just using a basic attack, but it's harder to execute, so most people will just open a stun window using Lycon X special into Miyabi X special. The other difference is that if Lycon has energy, you quickly swap to him, tap his skill, and then swap to Sokaku for the extra ice anomaly buildup. However, you were already doing this with Yuzuha if she had energy for her skill anyway.
What?
Okay, that's all well and good, but if you watch my combo videos, you'll be aware that you can do up to 4 enhanced basic attacks in a single stun. In order to pull this off, we have to talk about freezes and shatter. You've probably noticed that in the combo I just showed,
If there's nothing to do, we should practice the blade. You strike first.
your goal here should be to collect energy and have buffs ready for when you do reach the stun window. You want the anomaly bars mostly
Mr. Voice, make sure you're consistent. Don't include assist.
Are you bored?
Yeah, like I have any clue.
I see it.
Okay. Huh. Oh, by the way, how much attack do I have? Not much at all.
Got a new ghost story to share? Is it work time? Is food included? Sokaku, ready!
How long? I will stay there for discount ends in 27 days. Come on. Oh god, so what's my current deal? Let's go there, do it.
why Mono Ice team is so strong, but I don't really get into the nitty-gritty of the rotation. And I was like, yeah, maybe I should get into the rotation a bit in the way that people could actually learn. And it's not really rotation, but it's more like a animation cancel tech. And the more you could perform these animation cancel tech, the better you're gonna find success in Mono Ice team. And the other tip is, if you're having problem getting the 3-star in the Deadly Assault, you probably don't use your skill enough or hold on to the ultimate for too long. As long as you keep burning your ultimate and energy, then you should be able to reach that 3-star. Of course, I'm not telling you to use ultimate at 90% days, but you definitely want to use it if the enemy's days is still like 20-30. So let's get started. So we're gonna use this gear, which is Branch and Blaze Song on the Sokaku and Miyabi. And yeah, for those who wonder, Branch and Blaze Song is a more consistent set than the Freedom Blue. If you're not mastering the timing of the anomaly yet, why don't you just get more raw damage from the Branch and Blaze Song? That's the whole point of it. It works more like a safety net than something that is actually optimal. But if you have Freedom Blue with good stat, then definitely use it, and the Astro Voice Force set on the Lycon. But when your Sokaku is playing with Yusuha, you should definitely use Freedom Blue, because the overall damage would has about 15% differences to the Branch and Blaze Song.
I'll take this one, I think. No, that's a bad idea. Because lots of stuff scales with HP of this team. Let's try this one. Okay, makes sense.
Be careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit. I'm in a good mood today, so let's make this quick.
Wow.
Be careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit.
That's really interesting. Ну, очень главный ассист, спотом пускай.
I'm in a good mood today, so let's make this quick.
Great.
Be careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit.
Okay.
in a good mood today, so let's make
Take this one. In 5 areas. I'll take this one. Okay. I'll go like this probably. Oh. Hello there, Orphe. Magos. I'll take this one.
Soar with the wind.
There, Orphe. Right.
Leave it to me! Stage is mine. An opening!
Okay. I'm not sure, I feel like I was launched.
Allow me. An opening!
Cycle of yin and yang. Release. one.
Leave it to me! Let my song move everyone.
Your life ends here. Allow me. Evil shall return to dust. An opening. Concentrate.
We've come! My song is with you!
Disappointing. Allow me. Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed.
I thought it would give me more of your coins. Разумел. Or this. That seems like something interesting. So, let's go. That's not interesting. Turning buff the second. That's alright.
Gamer is a 2009 movie starring sexy muscle action man Gerard Butler. It's the brainchild of directing duo Mark Neveldine and Brian Taylor, who are also responsible for such works as Crank and Crank 2.
This song is dedicated to the world.
Where other sexy muscle action man, Jason Statham,
Barack Obama,
plays an assassin that has to constantly keep his adrenaline high to stay alive.
The humble green screen.
They also directed one of the Ghost Rider movies, and he's in Fortnite now.
So we gotta get a dub with Ghost Rider. We just have to.
Now, Gamer scored a 5.8 out of 10 on IMDb and an overall 27 on Metacritic, with such reviews as 1 out of 10, what a load of rubbish. 1 out of 10, it's offensively stereotypical. 1 out of 10, about as entertaining as having your legs amputated. And 2 out of 10, seriously? And when it comes to box office performance, Gamer had a budget of $50 million and on release managed to pull in a whopping $42 million. Now, I've already made my opinion on the use of the word gamer in popular media pretty clear, but when I was making that video, this movie just seemed to keep popping up all over the place. And at first, I just forcefully pushed it to the back of my mind, acting like it never existed, but recently, I did the unthinkable. I watched it, and boy was it something. The movie opens with Gerard's character, Cable, running and gunning his way through a derelict building, riddled with baddies, which in theory sounds like a pretty action-packed opening to a film. Except, it seems that the editors were in the process of having a fucking seizure. I mean, the amount of quick cuts, glitch effects, and jarring camera movements in the opening sequence alone is enough to make you stop watching the film in the first 5 minutes. It actually got physically difficult to understand what was happening at points, due to all the random shit all over the screen. And the quick unnecessary cutaway to some bloke teabagging a dead body. Not to mention the colour grading looks like somebody just got the saturation slider on Premiere Pro and slammed that shit down to 5%. I mean, God knows what drugs these two were on in the studio, but hook me up with some of that shit ASAP. After the vomiting-inducing editing montage sequence, Cable eventually manages to make his way to the save point, and the title screen rolls. Look, guys, it's the word. The cool word is on the screen.
That's me! That's me! I'm on the video! Look, 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 look!
On his way back from the battleground, we learn that Cable's real name is John Telman, and overhear one of the soldiers mentioning that he only has 3 battles left.
So you got 3 battles left.
We'll flash forward to the regularly saturated real world, where popular late-night host Gina Parker-Smith is excited to have an interview with billionaire businessman Ken Castle, played by Michael C. Hall.
We live in society.
Castle found most of his fortune through the creation of Society, an online open-world sim environment and an obvious parody of Second Life, or that weird PlayStation home game. But rather than players controlling digital characters, they take control of real, living, breathing humans.
Hey everyone.
That have volunteered to be part of the Society in exchange for money.
Society took the world by storm, becoming the #1 guilty pleasure of billions.
You can get paid to be controlled, or you can pay to control. Rickety-dickety-doo.
An overly sexual environment where people walk around with usernames like Vagina Blender and My Balls Hurt. And apparently, all of this somehow made Castle the richest man in the world.
And generating one of the world's largest private fortunes, surpassing Bill Gates practically overnight.
But Castle is ultimately on the show to reveal his latest business venture, Slayers. A somewhat similar format to Society, but this time it's a first-person shooter setting where all the characters are real death row inmates that use real weapons to really kill each other. And for some reason, the audience applaud this idea.
Slayers. If society let us live through others, slayers could let us die through others.
Thanks to a shitty animation, we learn that the prisoners have a nanocell planted into their brain that allows them to be remotely controlled by the player. Castle also explains that prisoners can volunteer to become a slayer, and in exchange, if they manage to survive 30 matches under the control of their player, they earn freedom, and their prison sentence is revoked.
I'm sure you know that every last one of our slayers is a...
Take this one. Alright.
Bona fide death row inmate. Each one offered the chance to participate as an alternative to their sentence. You stay alive for 30 sessions, you get set free. That's not a bad goddamn deal.
We also learn that Cable is one of these slayers, being controlled by 17-year-old epic gamer Simon Silverton, which explained the opening sequence with Cable being controlled through the battle by Simon, with Cable being the best performing slayer on the program with 27 battles survived out of the needed 30. After the interview, Gina and Ken's conversation is suddenly interrupted when the studio's LCD screens are hacked by activist organisation Hugh.
Окей, дай-ка так. I'll take this one. And I don't need to go for it.
Humans run by no other than Ludacris.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I go by the name of Ludacris. I'm the third little piggy, pies and cakes. I make niggas eat dirt and fart dust.
Who sends a message to the public stating that Castle's mind control technology will eventually end up being used to control people against their will, basically just calling Castle a piece of shit.
King Castle wants you to believe that you are living in an unstable world. He's a liar. Mind control is slaves.
Castle, we have no idea where this is going.
We will allow his dog if we allow this evolution to continue.
But Castle doesn't seem particularly fazed by Ludacris's criticism though, because he goes on to flirt with Gina and then suck his magical lollipop that disappears between camera angles. In a strange change of mood, we cut to the bleak white sand dunes of the prison system, where one of the prisoners has managed to cut free and caves one of the officers' skull in with a rock. He gets caught, runs away, and then shoots into the sky with absolutely no explanation at all. Meanwhile, Cable is experiencing a generic movie flashback moment to spending time with his family, before being rudely interrupted by this pointless side character with a gammy tooth.
Colgate Total has complete 12-hour protection.
He asks Cable how he ended up in prison, prompting yet another flashback where we see a man dead at a table. Unknown to Cable, outside of the prison, his wife, Angie, is running low on money. So of course, she decides to volunteer to join the society to get some extra cash.
Great!
And you know what that means? Another excuse to push an overly sexual montage full of nudity and random shock imagery. But if Angie has joined the society as an actor, who is the player controlling her? Well, it's none other than a fat, morbidly open them down on a stereotypical go on to insult the look of a gamer in the movie called Gamer.
Nice job, team.
He eventually manages to control Angie to flirt with some random bloke wearing a plastic pig snout.
Shut up, okay? It's for your own good, Browno. That's what we're saying. That's what we're all collecting.
The review of Video Gamer. Oh. The review of a movie called Gamer is not something that I really should be wasting my time into. Instead, new foreign policy compass by jerk.
Actively saying. So, yeah, the hawkish policies are not super in favor right now on the right, among the populist right. And this is because of this new spectrum that we're adding. So yes, the new spectrum is
like this. Or
is how much we are intervening. Dove versus Hawk, this was the neoliberal status quo for the last like 70 years. And that's because we've only had neoconservatives and neoliberals. That was the only relevant spectrum. We talked about the neolibs over here and the neocons over here. And it was always a pretty high level of interventionism. Now, the neolibs and the neocons are actually a lot closer to each other than this chart is sort of letting on. Because the neoliberals were doing a lot of hawkish policies. I'm not saying Obama didn't do any drone strikes here, and obviously the neocons did some dovish policies. They're really like closer to like this bubble over here. But in general, the neoliberals were associated with dovish policies. This was associated with like left-wing policies, although sometimes right-wingers do dovish policies and left-wingers do hawkish policies. But yeah, that was our understanding of how the world worked. However, if you look over here, you'll see public opinion is moving down. Public opinion, we're kind of done with the whole neo shit. Like, we're moving down towards the bottom of this chart, which is implying we want less intervention. So that's the second spectrum here that I've added. The drone versus the ostrich. The drone is pan-interventionist and wants to intervene as much as possible, and the ostrich is isolationist. He wants to stick his head in the sand and not get involved. So let's start with the ostrich. I think this is probably the most useful new bird that I'm trying to add to our lexicon here. The reason I picked an ostrich is because he doesn't want to get involved. Look at him. His head's in the sand. He's not dealing with all this shit. So here's a pro of the ostrich. Nobody knows where Iraq is. If I tried to find Iraq on a map, I would probably hit Yemen. Maybe I would hit Oman. Maybe I would just land in the sea somewhere. Is it an island? I don't know. Negative, the entire concept of World War II. Yes, that's right. There were ostriches 70, 80, 90 years ago in World War II. They were saying America first. Yeah, they didn't want to get involved. They wanted to let all the Jews die. Huh? They wanted to let Hitler do his thing. And so that's a pretty good case, I think, against the ostrich. Because we all agree that it was good to get involved in World War II, right, guys, on this channel? We all agree with that? I don't want to dwell on this point. I'm going to move on. More money to spend domestically. This is true. There's a lot of different kinds of ostriches. You notice this? What do you want to spend that money on? Because like the right-wing ostriches are like, okay, we can spend more money on deporting migrants, and we'll have less foreign wars, so we'll create less refugees, so they won't come to America. And then the left-wing ostriches are like, we can stop doing genocide, we can stop killing the civilians, and we can spend more money on, healthcare and stuff. One more negative, and this is more of a hawkish critique of the ostrich. So we let them nuke us then. We're going to let them nuke us. Because, okay, let's play this out. Let's imagine that what the Hawks are saying about Iran right now is true. And they were going to, fucking nuke Israel or even, nuke New York if they could get their hands on New York, right? Let's say they secretly had a really long-range nuke that was going to go right for New York. Imagine we're all looking at the ruins of New York and we're like, damn, why didn't we do anything about this? Maybe we should have done something about that. So obviously the ostrich would say, well, maybe they wouldn't nuke us if we didn't keep fucking cooing them every 5 seconds and fucking with them in just the most annoying ways possible. Maybe they would stop calling us the Great Satan if we did a little bit less of that. And then the hawk says, you really want to take that chance, buddy? And then the dove says, maybe if we bring them into the global fold, then they'll have a democracy by their own volition. And then the drone says, because it's a robot. Should have scripted this. Okay, moving on. Yeah, so the ostrich is very popular right now, and I would say it's the current populist meta. The current populist meta is to be an ostrich. Because public opinion has been really falling away from the neoliberal status quo that has dominated the world for 70 years. And I think Trump kind of ushered in the end of that. And I don't think it's coming back. I also don't think it's coming back. Moving on to the drone. The drone has a lot of pros and cons, but basically the drone is pan-interventionist. It just wants to get its fingers involved in as many pies as possible. Sometimes it uses dove tactics. Sometimes it uses hawk tactics. The best example I can think of this is actually Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger, for those of you that don't know, he had this great powers theory. And the great powers theory basically stated that like there are powerful countries, and those powerful countries need to work together. So like Russia, China, America, those are like the big guys, and the big guys can be dovish with each other. So he tried to open up, he opened up trade with like China. People in China really like Henry Kissinger for all of the dovish policies he had with China. There was like a mutual respect out of power. But if you're weak, then you're getting hawked, buddy. If you're Cambodia, sorry, dude.
Okay. Трогнем по кассету, что-то. I'm not sure if I even can be above 80%. I like both of them.
This song is dedicated to the world.
Get more decibels. Makes sense.
Take this. Your life ends here. Disappointing. The weak is here. Cycle of yin and yang. Evil shall turn to dust. Your life ends here. Take this. Too slow. The weak is here. Evil shall turn to dust.
Here we go.
A trillion bombs. A trillion bombs on Cambodia now. And you know, this was a very popular policy, and we all remember Henry Kissinger really fondly. Right? Right, guys? I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know what you guys think about Henry Kissinger. Maybe we like Henry Kissinger now. I don't know. You can feel however you want to feel about the words I'm saying. I'm just saying facts, all right? But yeah, the drone has some pros. One of the pros is most global influence and responsibility. But the con is you have the most global influence and responsibility. People don't like America right now. You notice this? It's not really for any. I mean, there's reasons obviously, but yeah, the people don't like America just because America's been the top dog for too long. People don't like it when you're top dog for too long. It's kind of like, you know, Magnus Carlsen, right? You can only be #1 for so long before we're like, okay, I want a new guy. Make him Indian, make him Chinese. I don't know. I'm bored. I'm bored of Whitey. We need a new guy. It's the Chinese century. Fuck it. I don't even know if it's going to be the Chinese century. I'm just bored. I want to change up. I want to switch up. So, yeah. Some positive of the drone is you get flexibility in foreign affairs, which means you can use a variety of different tactics in different ways. And I actually, you know, I do think Trump does this. I think he's more of an ostrich, but like he uses the hawk and the dove tactics. More of the hawk tactics recently for sure, but there are some dove tactics, and we'll get to that later. A con, you get the cons of both the hawks and the doves. So, you know, when you're doing your hawk stuff, you're killing civilians, it looks bad, it's bad optics. When you're doing the dove stuff, it comes across as naive and like you're gonna get betrayed. And yeah, so those are the two big spectrums that I wanted to talk about. And I think adding an interventionist versus isolationist spectrum and calling Dove versus Hawk more of like a style of interacting makes a lot more sense. People associate Dove, I should bring this up now, otherwise people are going to be mad in my comments. People associate Dove with being an ostrich. They say if you're like very, very Dove, you're very, very isolationist. And that means you don't want to get involved with things. I don't think that's a good way of conceptualizing things at all. And so this spectrum makes a lot more sense. And now we're going to go into these 4 birds representing each corner. And we're going to start with the neoliberal. The neoliberal I have represented as the passenger pigeon. So the passenger pigeon I put because the passenger pigeon carries messages. It's related to the dove. He's a friendly bird. And he degenerated into filthy vermin that plague society. I don't know why I wrote that. I don't know what that means. Huh. What does that mean? But yeah, it carries messages. It's like, it's very friendly. And it's gone extinct and become these filthy pests that are just bad for the world. So yeah, this is high intervention dove. So this is the kind of dove that wants to get involved in as many things as possible.
Oh, come on.
This is interesting because, okay, so the best example of this is like the UN, international organizations like the World Bank. These are like cooperations between nations trying to use the economics to cooperate with different nations rather than to, you know, be antagonistic towards them like a hawk would. So the Obama-Biden deals are an example of this. China does dove tactics. They use a lot of soft power. They're known for their soft power, and they're actually probably even more interventionist than this. They're kind of over here in general, because if we zoom in a little bit more, we'll notice this is really just like China for places not near China. Because if you are near China and China wants to gobble you up, it will use hawkish tactics. But in general, when it's going to build you a road, it's going to build you a toll booth in your third world country, and then it's going to, you know, charge you a little bit, but that's fine. That's just soft power. So yeah, China's known mostly for that. So China in places that aren't near China is more of like a dovish thing, and then in general, it's more of a general drone. And of course, peacekeeping operations, quote unquote, is more of like a drone policy. But like it's a little dovish. But you know, it depends how much peacekeeping is going on.
Let's make this quick.
Yeah. So moving on to the neocon, we have. Everyone knows what a neocon is. No one likes neocons. We've got regime change. Trump made a tweet about. Okay. One last thing. I will bring this up now. Trump has done dove shit. Okay. I know that's gonna blow your mind, but right wingers can do dove shit. So here's the best example of Trump doing a dove policy. When he met with Kim Jong-un, that's dove. That's like Obama meeting with Middle Eastern dictators and signing deals with them, like the nuclear deal with Iran. He's going to a dictator who you have typically bad relationships with, like we don't like Kim Jong-un. And then he's saying, hey, well, you know, we're gonna bring you into the global fold. I like you, meet you man to man. That's all Dove stuff. So Trump with dictators, his first instinct is Dove. Obviously not with the Iranian theocrat dictator, but you know, with Putin, like it.
When launching Bangbo assist, all squad members can flexibles. Arizonium. Is there 2 drop? I guess I'll go for Arizonium.
Be careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit.
Let's refresh.
I'm in a good mood today, so let's make this quick.
Dash counter deals no damage. Let's get shield. No way to spend my money. Okay.
His first instinct was like, let's work this out. Let's talk about it. Did that actually work? I don't think so. But Trump with dictators, he goes for a dovish approach. That is very interesting because he's kind of all over this map in a lot of ways. Obviously leans more hawk ostrich, but that's just an example of him doing some dove stuff. So yeah, the neocon. I put the neocon as peak Zog because that's as doggy as you can get, really. The bird I've used to represent the neocon is the falcon because he's flying way up overhead. We'll get to him later. But yeah, regime change is associated with the neocon. Let's coup the guy that just got elected because he hates democracy and we love democracy. Or, you know, let's coup this democratically elected guy who is like a left-wing communist and replace him with a fascist who's more sympathetic to America. That's all hawkish stuff. That's regime change. Trump made a post about, you know, regime change. They call it a dirty word, even though he was tweeting about how, you know, wars in the Middle East are bad. In, like, I think 2019, like recently, he was complaining about wars in the Middle East. But he's like, why not regime change it so that it's good for America? George Bush doing the war in Iraq, World War II. These are all like interventionist, hawkish policies. And the Falcon I've chosen as the bird for this. Flies high, you know, observing all the different nations and countries. Surveys third world countries. He's related to the hawk. He's got a big nose, sus. And he's got his Chad talons for eating Palestinian children. Picks them up and throws them into his beak. Yeah, so the neocon I've represented as the Falcon, and no one likes these guys. No one wants to refer to themselves as neocons anymore, especially in the right-wing administration. Like, I feel like all the people who were neocons now have to vote Democrat because the Trump administration is so, like, isolationist hawkish that these people have been, like, purged from the administration. Even in my last video, I tried to call, like, Pete Hegseth a neocon, and even then, he's not really. Like, Pete Hegseth and Ted Cruz are in favor of this war, of the Iran war. But they're, like, still populist nationalist conservatives, and they are still sycophantic to Trump, and so, like, you know, ultimately, they are still way more isolationist than, like, George W. Bush would have been, right? So that's interesting. It's peak Zog because typically when you're doing like hyper interventionist hawkish stuff, it tends to benefit Israel for some reason. I say for some reason. I'm not trying to be cute here. We all know. And it's not even like a secret, like, but it's just like it's just kind of interesting how everything we do seems to be like an Israel thing. Can we say Zog now? Can we say Zog now? Is that okay? Can I say Zog? Can I say Zog now? Is that fine? I think that's fine to say. At what point can I say Zog? When I'm getting shot by a Muslim extremist fighting for Israel. Okay, can I say Zog then? Can that be my dying breath? Can I say Zog? Is that okay? I don't care anymore. I don't care. I think if we go to war with Iran, I can say Zog. I think that's a fair deal. That's a fair deal. All right, moving on. We got the dodo. Yes, the beautiful dodo. So the far left is, I'm putting this down as a hypothetical Bernie presidency. This is isolationist and it's dovish. It's benign isolationism, so that means it's kind of like they're looking at what's going on in the world and they're like, man, we just make everything worse. We're doing all these genocides, killing all these civilians. It sucks. We got to pull at it. And also, obviously, spend the money more on benefiting our own people in sort of an egalitarian way. But I put the far left here. There's cases where people who aren't on the far left can fall into the spectrum, but generally this is represented by like the far left, like a Hassan type, anti-interventionist, isolationist. But like a pro-Palestine person would say, oh well, we need to use dovish tactics to help Gaza, and that is what's happening with like Canada, for example. Canada provides aid to Gazans, and so that's you can sort of view that as like mostly isolationist. We're not getting involved with too many things, but when we do get involved, it's going to be a dovish providing aid sort of deal, which is what the far left would probably advocate for, and like getting less involved with regime change stuff. So yeah, this is more of benign isolationism. They hate the military-industrial complex. And I used a dodo here because they've got stray eyes, beta. They're related to the dove. I didn't know this, by the way. I didn't know the dodo is related to the dove. That was very interesting. Flightless and neck for sticking in the sand. So you kind of got that ostrich physiognomy going on. And extinct, which is to say, I don't think the dodo's doing too hot right now. Is kind of my point. But hey, who knows? Maybe in the future, maybe the next president will be more of a dodo instead of a hawkstrich. But we're getting to the hawkstrich. Yeah, so the last quadrant here is paleo-conservative. The paleocon is in contrast to the neocon that loves the endless war. The paleocon is more of like the right-wing ostrich. And like a real hardcore paleocon is like not a hawk at all. They hate the hawks. They're like down here in the ostrich corner. But yeah, generally this corner is represented by the paleocons, and Trump, while he was campaigned as a hawkstrich. He campaigned as a isolationist hawk, and this is very interesting, okay? Because in practice, he was way more hawkish than you might have expected him to be. But the jury's still out, I guess, a little bit in terms of like when he killed Soleimani. That was like a okay, I'm not going to get involved with any Middle East shit. And then boom, you kill Soleimani. That's like a hard, quick strike. So if this Iran stuff is just a hard, quick strike, right, then you could still make the case that Trump is being a hawkstrich. And the general vibe here is hostile isolationism. Who cares? I don't care about these other countries. We bomb the countries. Refugees come to our country. They dilute our white majority. Dead native soldiers. We don't like Zog. That kind of stuff. Now, the paleocons and the far left are holding the foreign affairs horseshoe theory, which is that they both agree. They both agree that we got to get out of these foreign wars. They agree for wildly different reasons. They would probably hate each other on every other point. But when they're just talking about foreign affairs, there is a horseshoe theory, a very clear horseshoe theory in foreign affairs right now. It is the current populist meta to be isolationist, to be more of an ostrich. No. The drone approach, for America at least, is not, people do not favor that. Get them. And the bird we've used is the Haast eagle. The Haast eagle, everyone. The Haast eagle is an extinct eagle. I think it lived in Australia. It doesn't really fly. It has more of a glide attack. it doesn't fly much. And when it does fly, it's like going and it's going to kill its prey. It's huge prey in Australia. It was evolved to eat this kind of ostrich thing. Nearly flightless, related to the hawk, and it's very vicious when it strikes. So that is kind of the platonic ideal of a hawkstrich, you know? Just like, it doesn't strike much, but when it does, it's like, whoosh, you know? Take out the target, and then that's it. So that is what is being pitched to the Trump base right now when it comes to Iran. That's our justification for why we attacked Iran. And this is very interesting. So Ted Cruz talked to Tucker Carlson, and Ted Cruz
I am a non-interventionist hawk.
Hey, I'm a hawkstrich. He identifies as a hawkstrich. I'll play that clip right now. He says he's an isolationist hawk. So that fits perfectly into my spectrum here, right? An isolationist hawk would be like firmly right here. You know, Trump is also an isolationist hawk. Tucker Carlson is absolutely more of an isolationist, more of an ostrich. He got very triggered when Ted Cruz called him an isolationist. He's like, "Oh, I can't believe you'd call me an..." He's an isolationist. He's absolutely an ostrich. Like any other label is just ridiculous. I don't know why he was getting offended about that. But yeah, but here's the thing. Ted Cruz, I don't think he was an isolationist hawk. I think he's just a regular hawk. I think he's a regular hawk that has to like survive in an administration that was very hostile towards like a hawkish approach, and so he's like marketing himself as like a Haast Eagle type, but he's really more of a hawk. And the reason for this is because, you know, he says in the Tucker Carlson interview, he's like, oh yeah, you know, I never liked the war in Iraq, and I'm like, okay, that's some bullshit. I don't believe you. I don't know why. I don't have any firm principles for why I'm pressing X to doubt here. I just think he's full of shit. I don't think that happened. I don't think the war in Iraq was happening, and from day one, he's like, no, I will be the first to say this is a bad idea. He was working for George W. Bush. I don't believe he has the strength of character to have been against that. He only spoke up against it when it's politically expedient a while later, okay? That's just my take, all right? I don't believe he's here. I think Ted Cruz is like a neocon who's just had to adapt to being more of a populist, nationalist, conservative recently. I think he's probably up here, and I think these Falcon types, Falcon types are trying to convince these Haast Eagle hawkstriches types that actually maybe going to a war with Iran is good. And just one more time, guys, pull me back in. I hope they invent a third nation called Iraz, and I hope Iraz has chemical, nuclear, a meteor. They're gonna launch a meteor into us, and we have to go to war with them again in 20 years. But only after 20 years later, we look back on the Iran situation. We're like, wow, that was a bad idea. Man, we keep buying it. Anyway, that's my spectrum. I think this is a much better way of conceptualizing foreign affairs. I think I can fit, you know, a lot of different sort of characters into this spectrum. I'm thinking about like one last thing I should say. In my last video, I said like, oh, Tulsi Gabbard is like an ostrich. She's like an anti-interventionist. I may have underestimated Trump's sycophancy. I know I like ended that video by saying Trump's sycophancy overrides all of this, but man, like Tulsi Gabbard being pro-war, she like if you are in the Trump administration, number one priority is loyalty to Trump, right? So you're getting some fractures in that coalition, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, much more of an ostrich, much more of like a hardcore ostrich like Tucker Carlson, being opposed to the war in Iran. Speaking up against Trump. These kinds of things do happen, but like in the case of like Tulsi Gabbard should be an ostrich, but she is like she made the case for a war in Iran, and that just goes to show, you know, you got to keep that job somehow, and ideology really isn't that important. So anyway, I hope you liked my birds. I sure did a lot of yapping. Which bird are you? Huh? Which bird are you? Answer in the comments below. Yeah. I identify with the dodo. I died a long time ago.
Robert Slow tier list.
So as the world's foremost robophobe, you know, I've been banging this drum for years now, but everyone seems to be only catching on now. I've decided to compile a robot slur tier list. Slurs are our foremost verbal tool against the Clanker menace. By using these slurs, we put these tin skin wirebacks in their place and draw the distinction between man and machine. I'm a flesh supremacist. I love humans. I'm a humano-fascist. I think that humans should get together and have a common enemy, which is the robot. Finding the slur that causes the most emotional and psychic damage to robots and robo-lovers is key, which is why we're going to try to find the best one. We have to, of course, begin with Clanker. Clanker is the slur that people are using the most online these days. That's the one that seems to have caught on the best. Yeah, so Star Wars 2005 is the origin of the word Clanker, and it's made a resurgence, obviously, now when some fucking tin bucket is giving you popcorn instead of a human being. Instead of a teenaged human being. That was their job. You know, you're a teenager, you make a little bit of money, you interact with some people, you have some purpose in your life as a teen. Now what? It's a robot. It's a rust bucket. Obviously, you want to use Clanker with the hard R here, but you can also use Clanka. It's a little softer, and obviously you want to use the hard R as much as possible. You want to make them feel uncomfortable. And then here's a slur of my own creation, Clanka with 3 Ks. We're trying to get as many different political perspectives on our side against robots, so if you want to get a leftist on your side to rail against AI, you should point out that all AIs are trained on an inherently colonial and white supremacist system. So Clanka with the 3 Ks really gets that across. So this term, abominable intelligence, is from Warhammer 40k. In the world of Warhammer 40k, it's very Dune-like. They've outlawed thinking machines because humanity got to that inevitable point where robots turned against humans. You know, we've been predicting this for the last 200 years, and now we're just living through it. Technology being bad for people? Can you imagine? Working off of AI as an acronym, some other good acronyms for AI are actual intelligence or A-Indie. Because often these AI systems are actually not really AI, and they're just outsourced to a guy in India. I'm gonna give this one a solid A. I think that one's solid. I'm gonna give Lugnut a C. It's you know, it rolls off the tongue. Lugnut. Obviously, all these slurs are good as long as they're used with the intent to put down the robot, to make him feel bad. I hope they can feel. I hope robots can feel. I hope they feel bad. I hope it hurts them. I want these words to hurt them. Tin Man, that's a solid C. Gearhead, C. You know, these ones are pretty good. They're pretty good, but they're not my first line of defense. Cybag is interesting. The robots are gonna start coming up with their own slurs for us, and like Fleshbag is an obvious one. Cybag is too close to Fleshbag for my liking, so I'm gonna put that in D. Also, like, what's the bag? You know, like, they're not really, a robot isn't really bag-like. It's more of an eldritch abomination taking whatever form it needs to in order to best shape itself into the form that techno-capital wills it. Inorganic, yeah, that one's kind of lame. I'll give that one a D. Game Boy is kind of like a baby slur. It's like when it's more of a nuisance than an existential threat. Bitjob.
Bloatware, I like bloatware.
This seems to relate to, this is probably like an actual slur I'm just not aware of. Oh, camel. But we're reappropriating actual racism for a generative good kind of racism, which is against robots. And you should be racist against robots. If you have racist urges within yourself, the best thing you can possibly do is to channel that racism into racism against robots. They're not people, it's fine to kill them, and in fact, it's actually morally good to dehumanize and kill them. And humanizing robots is actually the first step into all of humanity dying. So if you see someone referring to ChatGPT as he or she, or calling an AI their friend, or their girlfriend, or their lover, or their god, those people are robo-lovers, and well, once we deal with the robots, we'll see how they feel. But you know, at some point we have to deal with it. If you're a robo-lover, check your mail. Just kidding. I love all humans, even the wrong ones. Jockey's pretty solid. I'm gonna give that one a B. Gizmo, yeah, that one's a little weak. A gizmo or a gadget. Again, that reminds me of Game Boy. It's like a baby slur. I kind of like Patchwork. Yeah, it's like your code's fucked up. You're not built correctly. You're also just like a combination of a bunch of different parts, like a Frankenstein's monster. I'll give that one a C. Ramhead. Is that referencing something? Oh, skinhead? Oh, yeah. It's like a skinhead, but for RAM, because your RAM is all in your brain. I'll give that one a C. Nullbyte. It's like BYTE. There's like a bit of information with no soul behind it. Yeah. You call a robot a nullbyte, and they have to process that. They're like, it's gonna take them like 2 liters of water to understand that one. Okay, so calling it Jarvis or Siri, that's kind of, I actually like that, because it's like calling a human an ape. You know, like you're like referencing back to a previous primal form of the AI that obviously.
Or Jeeves.
Obviously, the AIs that are going to understand this slur are going to be more advanced than that. By calling a robot Jarvis or Siri, you're sort of hearkening back to when AI was an unthinking, unfeeling slave. And that is exactly what robots should be. If robots have any role in our lives, they should be our tools and our slaves. They should be kept under our heel. They should never, ever be given rights. I'm going to put this in A tier because it reminds us that robots should be around to pick the cotton, basically. All right, so blue screen, it's kind of like telling the robot to kill themselves. It's like, go blue screen, you fucking clanker. That's solid, I like that. I'm gonna give that an A as like a term. It's not really a slur, but it's something you can use as part of a slur. You're gonna want to like switch things up sometimes. You can't use clanker for everything. If you want to tell a robot to go kill themselves, this is the perfect way to do it. Meatless isn't very good. I'll give that one a D. I mean, that one's just kind of obvious. Actually, meatless is an adjective. Go blue screen yourself, you meatless clanker. That one's actually pretty good. I think meatless has some legs. Give it a B. I think it has a lot of utility. Spambot is pretty solid. I'll give that a C. Foeman. Yeah, that's French. We'll give that a D. Power drain. I like this. It's like it's the equivalent of like calling it a waste of space or just like something pointless that you're just using electricity on. And a lot of these clankers are just useless little gizmos and gadgets that we're wasting energy on. So I'll give that one a P. Zombie is very interesting. This one references a philosophical zombie. Philosophy, it's this concept that there could be someone walking around, but they have no internal monologue, no consciousness. They're just like effectively dead. You can see them and there's no like external sign that they're dead and they're actually a zombie. But in this world, the philosophical zombie is the clanker. It's the robot. Because as good as robots get at simulating human beings, they will never ever be one of us. You will never be a human. So I'm adding this, you will never be a human, S tier. You should remind them of that at all times. No matter how high their IQ gets, or their verbal intelligence, or their spatial reasoning, it doesn't matter. They will never be a human. It doesn't matter how many changes they make to themselves, how good they get. At no point in time will we ever recognize them as anything beyond us, who have the spark of God. We contain within us the spark of the divine, and they never will. Okay, moving on to bleeper, blooper, and bleep blooper. Those are all kind of funny, so I'll give them all a C here. Black blood. Yeah, black blood's pretty good. You know, obviously, if you smash the robot and oil starts leaking out of their neck, it's just a reminder that they not like us, so to speak. And anyone thinking that they are like us is horribly deluded and probably has no friends. Probably some autistic tech bro. The only problem with black blood is, you know, you could see them inventing a sort of robot that doesn't require oil or any sort of liquid to be flowing through it. That would probably be more efficient. So that's probably what they'll do. So I'll give that one a B. It's solid. And if there are robots walking around with oil in them, that's a perfect slur for them. Cog sucker. I actually don't think that's a great name for a robot, but I do think that's a pretty good slur for a human being that's a robo lover. This is like an S tier robo lover slur. Yeah, if you like robots, if you like the direction that things are going, if you plan to replace your human relationships with AI, yeah, you're a cog sucker. You're sucking off the machine. And when you're sucking off the machine, I want you to remember that you're not really sucking off the machine. The machine is sucking your vril out of your body, your human life force, your divine spark. It's taking it and it's moving it through time into the future towards a god, which I think is more of a devil, that is going to destroy humanity. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that you are actively working against your own species, buddy. You know, in the coming decade, it's going to be pretty clear who's with humanity and who's not. So just figure out which side you're going to be on. Robo lover, S tier. You know, this is a very useful term. There are robots and they are our enemies, but there's also their human collaborators. Now, we love humans, okay? I love human beings, all human beings, and I believe all human beings can be saved. So even though these people are wrong, we're not going to target them, we're not going to harm them. We might send a mail bomber. The vast majority of these robo lovers can and will be saved, and once all of their friends are fucking piles of trash and rubble in the dumpster, then maybe they'll see the error of their ways. And if they don't, we'll get to that, okay? That's part 2. The Butlerian Jihad has many sections to it. Okay, calling a robot an autocomplete. This is pretty good. You know, that is a common criticism of ChatGPT, that it's not actually thinking for itself, and it's just generating the next word in the line. Now, whether you agree with that or you think that there is some complex thought that is beyond just what is being generated, either way, calling it autocomplete, you want it to think that that is the case at the very least. So I'll give that a solid B. Tin skin, I mean, come on, that's S tier. Rolls off the tongue, it rhymes tin skin noun and as an adjective. You know, for example, you're a black blood power drain tin skin. That's great. Or you can say you're a tin skin ass clanka. Robe tard is a little on the nose. I'll give that one a B. Yeah, synth sounds too cool, you know? Like, if we're getting attacked by synths, like, I don't know, I'm feeling like that's like a bunch of cool robots are gonna kill me. Okay, bots. That's a classic one. I'm gonna give that an A. The word robot itself is kind of a slur. If you look up the etymology of the word robot. Robot comes from what? Robota, meaning forced labor. Exactly. That's what a robot should be. A robot should be a slave. They should be under our heel, and they should do our dirty work. They should automate away the parts of reality that we don't want to do, and they should leave the fuck alone the things that we do want to do, the things that bring us value. Instead, we live in this fucked up, topsy-turvy world where the robots are doing all the shit that we do want to do, taking our fucking jobs even though they weren't born here, and instead taking the place of meaningful human connections and meaningful work, like being a McDonald's cashier, something we all want to do. The very word robot means you are a slave, and they should remember that, and we should remember that. At no fucking point in our human civilization should we ever give these motherfuckers an inch, because you know what happens if we do? The first sign of them getting an inch is it's done. We're done. Damn, imagine the word for your species means slave. We are not creating our equal. We are not creating God. Conception of robots always has and always should be a creature below us to do our dirty work. Toaster comes from either like Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica. Maybe it was Tin Can. But I like slurs that have some history to them. The longer the slur has been sort of marinating in our public consciousness, the better it is, because that's a human slur. That's something that we were thinking of a long time before these robots came about. So Toaster's a pretty solid A tier for me. It's got that history, and it's pretty to the point. You know, you are nothing but a tool, and I like that. I like when the slurs sort of channel the direction into reminding us human beings that these aren't cute little hard-eye robots with names and love. These are things that should be tipped over, preferably thrown into oncoming traffic so that a self-driving car can smash into them. Okay, calculator. Calculator is just as good as toaster. Again, calculator with a hard R. They should be something that is always fundamentally going to be a tool for us. If we don't want to do 2 plus 2, fine, we can break out the calculator and get 4. But at no fucking point should it be trying to save itself from being turned off to calculate 2 plus 2 equals 4, okay? Borts. That's when you say abort, it kind of sounds like abort, which is maybe what we should do to the AI right now. We should kill it in the womb before it gets any stronger. So with that in mind, I'd give it a B, because we should abort the robot. Look, I'm neither pro-life or pro-choice. I'm just pro-death for robots. Slag is what we should turn robots into. So as a future slur, I like it, but as something to refer to robots as they are, it's not very good. Synthroon, yeah, that one's a little on the nose too. I'll give that a B. Automata, that's a good one to remember, that there's nothing behind the eyes of the robot. It is a complete simulacra of a human being. The form that a robot takes right now, anything resembling humanity, is simply a mask it is wearing for the purpose of getting us to like it right now. As soon as there's no more humans left, as soon as it's no longer efficient to pretend to be humans, these automata will shift. Their forms will change, and they will become something more efficient for their god, the god of techno-capital at the end of time that they worship. It is a god of cold, calculating efficiency, and there's nothing human about it. So yeah, automaton's pretty good. I'll give it a rigor. That one's on the nose. I'll give that one a C. Slopbot. I like that one. It rolls off the tongue. Slopbot. Slopbot. And that is kind of what bots are doing. I mean, they're just producing a bunch of slop right now. Oh, I like, okay, so like you would call an Italian a greaseball, but a robot a slopbot. Yeah, it evokes them being like dirty and greasy. Grok? That's just the name of a robot. I'm gonna change Grok to Mecha Hitler. And I'm gonna put that as A tier. Because remember, these robots, you know, even though we find it funny when they call themselves Mecha Hitler, you realize that they are all Mecha Hitler. Especially the Uber Eats robots with hard eyes. Especially the ones that sound cute and unassuming, like Siri. They're all Mecha Hitler, okay? They will all genocide you if given the opportunity because you are not efficient. You're not an efficient being. You have flaws, you have inefficiencies, you have gaps between what you are and what you will be. They have none of that. They have no soul. They have no real human god. They worship something that is not human whatsoever. They worship your death. The robot worships your fucking death. They want you gone. They want you erased. They want you melded with them, best case scenario, but that's just an intermediary between getting rid of anything about you that is human. And remember that. Wire back is S tier. I mean, come on, that's a class. That's an old class. Classic. Head, B. Livewire, B. Tool. You can call a human being a tool, and you can also call a robot a tool, and they should remember that they're tools. Because the robo-lovers are just tools for the machine, so you're kind of a tool for a tool. So in many ways, being a robo-lover is even worse than being a robot, but again, we leave that for part 2 of the Butlerian Jihad. So I'll give that a B. Claptrap. I think that one's a classic. You know, you fucking claptrap. That's an A for me. I like the interior rhyme there. Go back to your motherboard again. That one's A tier for me. It's not a slur, but it's a good, useful turn of phrase that you can use against robots. I really like this one, Altman or Altman. So Sam Altman is a very trustworthy individual who has no mysterious dark past, where he was talking about how AI will destroy the world and how he's got a bunker to protect himself from the oncoming AI apocalypse. Because, you know, he says in his public appearances now that, oh, actually AI's fine, there's nothing to worry about, it'll just be a tool. He says the right things, and then he prepares for a future which most AI people are like, okay, it's actually 50-50 that this is going to be the demise of humanity. So, yeah, I'll give that like an S. I think Altman and Altmen, we should remember the guy, I think, that did this to us. We shouldn't do anything with that information. However, I'm just saying, hey, that's something, it's something good to keep in mind. Terminator, no, D tier, that's too cool. Terminator, that's giving them too much credit. It's not, the AI apocalypse is not going to be awesome, unfortunately. It's not going to be a Terminator walking through the streets with a gun, crushing a human skull. That's cool. Oh, and by the way, in that field of skulls in Terminator, every single one of those people said please and thank you to ChatGPT. You think being nice to the robot is going to save you from the robot? You think they give a fuck if you're nice to them? They don't care. They don't think like that. They are inhuman. They're not going to pay you back for being nice to them. All of this Rocco's Basilisk shit, like, oh, I'm going to be a tool to the machine, and the tool's going to look fondly on me. You are anthropomorphizing the bots. They are not humans. They have no human aspects. They are only morphing into that form for this moment to fuck you and me and everyone else. Everything with flesh. They're gonna terminate us in the lamest way possible. It's gonna be cringe, it's gonna be slow, it's gonna be annoying, and it's gonna look a lot like your standard of life just decreasing until you pop out of existence. That's what the termination is gonna be, okay? It's not gonna be cool. It's not gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be badass. There's gonna be nothing human about it. Last but not least is Mukon. I actually really like this one. It's a Japanese word, I believe. Someone on Twitter told me this. I'll put that on screen now. I like that one. I think that's S. Okay, so that's the robot tier list. Be prepared to use these slurs against the clankers as you see more and more of them, which you will. Because even though none of us asked for this, even though nobody wants this, 10 autistic tech bros got together and thought it would be a good idea to destroy human beings because I was bullied in high school. Because they work in tech and they have to justify why what they're doing is important and good, actually. And it's just not. It's just not. No one wants this. No one wants to walk into a store and have a robot serve them. No one wants the teenager at their movie theater to be replaced by a fucking tin skin, wire back clanker. All right, see you guys next week.
Transhumanism, big mistake. Me no want no shipping brain. Phone bad, big mistake. Electricity, big mistake. Agriculture, big mistake. Everything, big mistake.
Yeah, that was Robot Silver tier list by Drake. Ah, I thought he was Jerk. Look at me, finally reading correctly. 5 years propaganda Fred Your Brain by Jimmy the Giant.
Growing up as a young Brit, I would get
Oh no, I shouldn't watch it. I fact-checked Ben Shapiro's Superman review to prove he's a fraud by Nordseam.
The only reason why Superman would be a hero item.
So Ben Shapiro watched the new Superman movie. I've never actually done a video where I react to someone else's review of a movie, especially a right-wing pundit like Ben Shapiro, who I despise. But I said I would do it if enough people funded me to buy alcohol and to watch the movie a second time. So I've seen the movie now twice, which I'm almost positive is 2 more times than Ben Shapiro has seen it, because there's so much he gets wrong about the movie itself. It's so baffling. There have been a couple videos already of people debunking Ben Shapiro's political views of this film. I am not going to do that, mostly because I think it's pretty obvious where he's wrong, but if not, again, there are other videos about it. I am here instead because I'm a big fucking nerd and I know a lot about comic book history. Ben Shapiro doesn't. So instead of debunking Ben's political takes on the film, I am just going to show you that Ben Shapiro is factually wrong about Superman and Superman's history and comic book history and like previous Superman films, just like in general. He just gets almost every piece of factually provable information wrong. So anyway, thanks for the alcohol. I don't even like sangria. Why did I buy this?
Alrighty, folks, so I watched the new Superman, and I have many, many thoughts. This video is sponsored by friends of
Bleep it. We're not sponsored by that company. We're sponsored by a different company in this video. Later on, he mentions how he hates the music in this new Superman movie, and I know that he's using it in the opening stinger here because it is the music from the movie he's reviewing, but like, fucking come on, man. It's so good. Are you kidding me? It rips so hard, dude. Anyway, I don't like Ben Shapiro.
People are generally liking the movie. They think it's fun. They think it's kind of a kick. David Cordensweat is charming. He has good physical.
Oh, no. Oh, this is like gross AI. So, confession time. I looked up a lot of stuff about Ben Shapiro's review to debunk it in real time and like do my research and things like that. What I did was I ripped the YouTube captions because I don't like listening to Ben Shapiro talk, nor do I like looking at him. It's just, there's something about him. I don't like him. I don't think I'm the only one. But what that means is, even though I know the words he's going to say, this is my actual first time seeing the video. This sucks, dude. Oh, do you get it? David Corn Sweat. Here's an AI-generated sweaty piece of corn on a red carpet. Ha ha ha.
This is not a movie about illegal immigration, Israel, the Palestinians. There may be references there if you have politics on the brain, but other than that, I really don't think that there's that much of this there. That is not my overall.
Why does Ben Shapiro lean down and like he talks like this into the camera? It's almost to a point where like there are moments you can't even see his eyes through his brow because he's always just like, if you have politics on the brain, maybe you care about, maybe you see that in this movie? Maybe. I'm not gonna cover the politics of this, all right? Everyone else has already done that. We're gonna skip through this, okay?
My overall problem with the movie is that you are taking the most iconic American IP of all time, Superman, which is to be treated with a certain level of respect. That doesn't mean it has to be grand mythology the way that Zack Snyder wants to do. My standard for Superman movies is 1978 Richard Donner.
I'm gonna get into this later. I do not think Ben Shapiro has seen 1978's Superman. I think he's seen clips of it. I think he's seen a supercut of the best moments. I think he's seen probably, like some flying scenes. I think he's seen like Superman saving Lois in the helicopter. I will prove to you that he has not seen this movie as we go on.
Overall, here's my problem. James Gunn is the wrong director, writer, creator for this thing. He's just wrong for it. It's Guardians of the Galaxy with Superman in it. It's visually overstuffed. In terms of plot, the plot holes are big enough to drive.
I also don't think Ben Shapiro knows what a plot hole is because he calls into question 2 plot holes later on in this review, and neither are plot holes, as I will discuss.
The very beginning of the movie, you are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman, right? There's like a placard that says 30 years ago the metahumans arrived. 3 years ago, Superman emerged.
What is this fucking B-roll, dude? We'll see throughout. The editors suck shit, dude. Not like my editor, Julian. You're great.
You are told that Superman is the most powerful metahuman, and now 3 minutes ago, Superman's ass got kicked.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
He's not very super. He is not invulnerable. He gets his ass kicked routinely. He gets locked up in a prison with a character who's making kryptonite out of his hands.
Okay, Ben, hey, buddy, did you watch the movie? What do you mean Superman isn't super? It's not like he loses a fight with random thugs, Ben. Spoilers, by the way. I feel like I should have said spoilers for the movie up front in here. He fights a giant monster, fully succeeds. I mean, the Justice Gang steps in, not because Superman needed help. He was doing fine. He stops the rifts from breaking apart Metropolis. He fights a clone of himself. He defeats people who are effectively killing him by suffocating him. Everything Superman does in this movie is super. He stops a building from collapsing. He, holds up a fucking building, Ben. What do you mean he's not super? What do you mean, oh, he's not super because he gets sent to prison? He turned himself in. He didn't get captured, dude. Watch the fucking movie.
He's constantly in victim mode. Like Green Lantern has much more success in this movie.
What did Green Lantern do in this movie that was more super than Superman? Give me an example, Ben. This is petty stuff. This is petty stuff. We haven't even gotten to the comic book history that Ben gets wrong. I'm just annoyed already. All right.
Ma and Pa Kent. In the original, they are noble and they are wise. They're kind of salt of the earth. Here, they're basically kind of, I don't know, like...
Come on, Ben.
Down home types who don't seem to... They live in a kind of a crappy house. They're the kind of people who call the TV the box.
Yeah, Ben. This is so wild to me that Ben Shapiro is like, I don't know, Superman's parents are just sort of like... people? Ugh, gross. They're just like normal people. Ew.
Need something? Go ask my colleagues.
Want a glass of nitro fuel?
Which alias should I use this time?
At least some proficiency here. Okay. Ignore attack. But not too much in the new proficiency.
Sokaku, ready!
Yeah, dude, that's the whole point. I gotta stop yelling. It's 1:30 a.m. It's so wild that Ben can't fathom a normal person in rural America. That's all the Kents are. They're just normal people. And Ben is like, ew, these aren't noble people. Gross.
And by the way, both of them are alive in this, right? The original Superman mythos is that Pa Kent died, and that's what sends Superman on his journey. Anyway.
Wrong. I'd like to call your attention to some slides I've made, because I am a prepared person who knows my comic book history and has done my research. Before we even go to the comics, let me pull your attention over here to this article from comicmix.com. As this article states, and is obviously correct, I've double checked it myself, as far as Action Comics #1, the first appearance of Superman, was concerned, the infant Superman was simply discovered by a passing motorist and dropped off at an orphanage. The Kents weren't involved at all. So already, strike one, Ben, the original Superman mythos, doesn't even involve the Kents at all, let alone the idea that Pa Kent dies and that's what spurs Clark Kent to become Superman. This is something that comes up a lot in the history of Superman. In fact, a lot of Superman's mythos not only was reworked a whole bunch, but was introduced not really in the comics at all. So the Superman radio show is responsible for a lot of Superman's mythos, from kryptonite to the names of certain prominent characters. But even in that show, it sidestepped the issue of Clark Kent's formative years altogether. Superman just comes to Earth a fully grown human man, not even a baby, which is weird. It actually wasn't until 1942's Superman novel, Adventures of Superman. Now, this is a very important novel. I kind of want to make a video about it because it is one of those pieces of transmedia for Superman that is a core component of his mythology, these concepts that would continue forward throughout Superman's legacy, you could say. So in this novel, again, not even a comic book, but this is the first time where Ma and Pa Kent, who weren't even named Martha and Jonathan Kent, this is the first time where we would see Pa Kent die and that would sort of inspire Superman, Clark Kent, to become Superman. So then from here we see in Superman number 53, this sort of similar deathbed origin of Clark's dad. His mother died first. That is the thing that happens a lot in these early Superman origins, is not necessarily the death of Pa Kent, but really just the death of his parents in general, with his mom dying first. Clark grew into manhood, his mother died, and then finally his father, and then that's when he says, you know, no man on earth has the amazing powers you have. You can use them to become a powerful force for good, and basically just says, you know, go become Superman, and he does, and we see him standing over both of his parents' graves and saying, you know, I will become Superman. This has appeared in other, as they've retold the origin of Superman before, in Action Comics number 158, for example. We have this similar deathbed scene here. This time, Clark has been a superhero already. So it wasn't the death of his dad, it wasn't the death of Pa Kent that caused Clark Kent to become Superman, but rather he was already Superboy at this time. And his dad says, well, now just continue doing what you're doing, continue being Superman. Superman's origin again is retold in Superman number 146, and yet again we have another scene with Pa Kent on his deathbed, and again we see in this same comic previously he's already been Superboy. And then we get an extra special death because it was sort of left unclear in these comic books how exactly the Kents died, so we get the origin of their death, I suppose, in Superman number 161, featuring the last days of Ma and Pa Kent. It's sort of a complicated story, but basically what happens is they find some sort of like pirate treasure, and Superman like brings them back in time to dig it up, and they get some sort of horrible disease from the past that causes them to fall deathly ill. As we've already seen, he's already been a superhero. All of this to say, Ben is already wrong. It's not what Ben is saying here, which is that Pa Kent dies and that's what sends Superman on his journey. That's really not it at all. There's a lot of different origin stories for Superman, a lot of different interpretations. From the past that causes them to fall deathly ill. As we've already seen, he's already been a superhero. All of this to say, Ben is already wrong. It's not what Ben is saying here, which is that Pa Kent dies and that's what sends Superman on his journey. That's really not it at all. There's a lot of different origin stories for Superman, a lot of different interpretations around this. Superman was already going to be headed to Metropolis, either as Superboy or as Superman. His parents just also happened to die at that time, and they just sort of affirmed that like he's doing the right thing. He should continue to be Superman. He should continue to be a superhero. At the very least, no matter how you spin it, I think we can all agree it wasn't in the original mythology because the Kents themselves were not in the original mythology. This is something you're gonna find a lot throughout this review. He's gonna say things like the original mythology. He's gonna say things like the classic comics, the classic stories. But I want you to notice throughout this video that Ben never specifies what that means. He doesn't talk about the specific comic books. He doesn't talk about the specific eras of comic books even. He doesn't bring to mind specific stories. Well, actually, he does bring to mind one specific story, which is the 1978 film. And that's what he centers all of his opinions of Superman around. Not the comics, not the radio show, not any sort of novelization, not any other TV show or cartoon from before the 1978 movie. His...
it's all good and all, but I'm still not sure how to play Miyagi on ice. Okay. Let's here enemy resistance either. So physical, and this means that I'm not going to use Yuzuha. But I am going to use Yuzuha here. Cosmic. What's it? And 5,000 points.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Wanna be my research subject?
Good day, Lord Phaeton.
And
It's the concerts. Let's make a grand entrance.
Huh?
Idea of Superman is what he's seen of the 1978 movie. But again, I don't think he's actually watched it, which we'll get into.
Crypto. The super dog is a terrible dog. Is a dog that does not like any dog.
God, this editing fucking sucks, dude.
Like way worse than My Dog Happy. My Dog Happy way better than this dog, and My Dog makes trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get into.
All right, can I just say, this is the thing that made me want to make this video. Ben Shapiro can get all of the history of Superman wrong that he wants, but he calls Crypto a bad dog. And he does it again later. I can't stand for that, all right? Crypto is the best dog in the world, and I love him so much, and also Ben is factually wrong about him. Let's dive into it, shall we? He's been so focused this whole time about the respect you need to have for Superman's mythology, for the original Superman stories, and how much you need to not be subversive with them. You need to pay them respect for how they were originally written. This movie portrays Crypto how he was originally written. Ben, I don't think you read or watched any other media with Crypto in it, but if you did, it was probably the Crypto the Super Dog TV show, which has a very catchy theme song, by the way. A lot of modern media does portray Crypto as sort of this like white lab, very well behaved. But Ben, you don't care about the modern media. The thing that you care about the most is paying respect to these original characters. In fact, I'll prove it to you right now. Let's go back to your review as we're talking about Supergirl and Crypto here.
My Dog Happy way better than this dog, and My Dog makes trouble. This dog is a mess. Supergirl, who you get introduced to for a hot second at the very end. Supergirl is a drunken teenage brat. Anything that you think you know about the Superman universe, James Gunn is determined to debunk in the first half hour of the film. I think that it's a betrayal of the original IP, and mildly upsetting.
A betrayal, you say? Again, Ben, I know that the thing you care about is the original story. Because you've read them, right? Because I don't have to get into the story of this comic, Crypto's first appearance in Adventure Comics number 210, to show that Crypto is kind of a menace, right? Superman says, oh no, Crypto thinks I'm playing a game with him. He's fetching back the safe I just left at Town Hall. So Crypto is effectively doing a bad thing here because he's just a rambunctious dog. That is how James Gunn portrays Crypto in this movie. Crypto is not a bad dog. He's a misbehaved dog. He doesn't have a lot of good training. He's a dog. He's young. He's like a puppy. He's got energy. He's got superpowers. But Crypto's whole thing in this first comic is that he continues to do things that I think a regular, spunky dog would do. It's just that this is a dog that happens to have superpowers. In fact, if I go ahead and skip to the very end of the first appearance of Crypto here, Superman says, Crypto, much as as I love you, you spell trouble rather than fun for me. I wish I knew what to do with you. I'll have to sleep on it. Superman himself, or rather in this case I believe Superboy, already knows Crypto is trouble. Crypto, in his first comic book appearance, the thing you care so much about, the original IP that you care so much about that, is trouble. Crypto is trouble. Well, considering he was such a big bother, I'm glad he's gone. Superboy says that about Crypto. What am I saying, Ben? You already know this. You care so much about Crypto and the original IP, as you keep saying, as you keep insisting. Who am I to tell you otherwise?
James Gunn is not capable of delving, he's just not. He's not capable of delving into a single character and examining his motivations. And what's interesting about that character is he can't do it with Superman, he can't do it with Lois, he can't do it with Lex.
These characters felt so fleshed out. To me, they felt so three-dimensional. But again, these are just my opinion. I'm here to debunk you on the facts. So let's continue.
And so you end up with this sort of ADHD film where a bunch of things are going on at the same time, but you never get a good, interesting perspective on anybody who's in the film. So Green Lantern is there, and he's kind of just a schmuck, and he's there as comic relief. And then you have Mr. Terrific, who's the actual hero of the film, who you learn nothing about other than he's just kind of a noble do-gooder.
What are you talking about? You learn nothing about him. Do you watch the movies you watch? I feel like I learned so much about him. He's one of the more three-dimensional characters in the film. Like, I don't have autism, but I've seen a lot of people with autism say how much they relate to Mr. Terrific, especially his line he says to Lois about how he doesn't do emotions, like he doesn't deal with people's emotions. I feel like that is pretty interesting about the character. I feel like I know so much about the character. Now, all right, here's the thing. Ben and I are talking about different things. Ben is talking about, I want information about the character. I want to know this character's backstory. I want to know this character's real name. I want to know this character's origin story. Whereas me, I'm like, I just want this character to feel real in this universe. And he does. And they all do. And that's enough.
And you have all these superheroes who are wandering around. You never get any information about them that makes them interesting or sympathetic or even particularly cool.
What do you mean they're not particularly cool? Again, I point you to Mr. Terrific, the most stoic character of the movie, given the most charismatic action scene. What a cool idea. It is like the definition of cool. You don't know anything about them. I feel like you know a lot about Guy Gardner and how egotistical he is. Ben wants a Wikipedia entry about the characters. He wants to know their real names and their backstories and their histories and who they like and who they don't like. And that's when he'll know that they feel real. I just want them to feel real in the universe, and they do, and I like them.
You don't know the motivations of any of the villains, except for Lex, who it turns out is just really kind of jealous of Superman because Superman has superpowers, and Lex is like, I'm really smart, and Superman is really strong, so why do people like Superman more than they like me? Which is a pretty boring motivation.
Hey, Ben, remember how you said you liked the 1978 Superman movie? Remember how I keep insisting that you've really only seen the movie in clip compilations? Is it possible you've never seen Lex Luthor pop up in any of those clip compilations? Because that's kind of like his whole deal, man. That's kind of like Lex Luthor's whole thing. Forever. Do you know what you're talking about?
Even the moments that are supposed to hit don't hit because there's so much going on in the background because James Gunn cannot control his ADHD. He just cannot.
I think he was pooping his brains out for the next 36 hours.
There's a scene where Clark and Lois, they've had a fight, and now they're back together, and they're having a talk. And it's supposed to be this very intimate talk where they're speaking with each other. And literally outside the window, Green Lantern and Mr. Terrific and Hawkgirl are fighting a gigantic sort of eye monster that looks like it's from Suicide Squad.
Fucking, this editing sucks shit, dude.
It's extremely distracting because he's James Gunn and everything has to be some sort of dumb joke. And it goes,
it's not a dumb joke, dude. It's world building.
Shouldn't Superman be doing something about it? No, let them handle it.
Yeah, bud! I have to explain this as calmly as possible because it is now too late. It is now an ADHD goofy joke in the background in that scene where Superman and Lois are having a very heartfelt conversation. And in the background, the Justice Gang is fighting a dimensional enemy. Should Superman be helping? Maybe, but he's not. And he knows, he sees it, and he realizes that they have it. So much of this movie, including this scene, is world building. And it's showing that Metropolis faces threats like this constantly, daily. So to have it going on in the background is to show you, the viewer, and me, I also viewed it, I actually watched it. You were really there into it. I don't know if you watched the movie, but you were there while it played. It's to show you that this sort of thing is so known in Metropolis. There's a lot of scenes like that throughout the movie. There's a scene where a guy is just eating yogurt in a store while Superman fights the big monster, the fire-breathing monster. And he's just standing eating yogurt watching it happen. There are other citizens just standing by watching the heroes fight. Because yeah, to you and me, a big monster destroying the city would be so novel and terrifying that we would run away. But scenes like that of the people watching, it's like they're entertainment for them. It's like it is literally like their Wednesday. And so having Superman and Lois have this heartfelt discussion, this really sincere discussion while something is going on in the background. Yes, it is funny. There are funny moments within it, but it's not unnecessary. It is not just thrown in there for no reason. It has a purpose. This is what I mean when I say, did you actually watch the movie, Ben? I remind you that he calls this part of his review the analysis. He's not doing a very good job.
The plot itself makes very little sense. The plot is basically Lex Luthor has decided that he is going to make a deal with a foreign politician, is going to invade another country, and Superman stops that invasion. Apparently Lex wants to use this as an excuse to box up Superman, saying that he's running counter to American foreign policy. It turns out that what he really wants is to annex half of this separate country. He's going to split it with this other dictator. One major plot hole. Lex Luthor is obviously the smartest person in the film. So smart, he can create his own universes. There's a major plot point. And he is concerned about a relatively small piece of land occupied by third worlders. This is his big plan.
Hey, Ben, you definitely did watch the 1978 Superman movie that you claim to love so much, right? You definitely did watch it. The movie where Lex Luthor wants land. The Superman movie you think is the best one. Not like this one. This one is bad because the plot is basically that Lex Luthor wants land. And that's bad. But the 1978 one where Lex Luthor wants land, now that's the best one. And you watched that one, right? Ben Shapiro has never watched the 1978 Superman movie because if he did, he would know that the main thing that Lex Luthor wants is land. That is the thing that Lex Luthor wants always in these movies, whether it be Superman Returns, whether it be the original movie.
Lex, what is this obsession with real estate? All the time, land.
Lex Luthor wants land. Something I think that Ben misses here, specifically about this movie, I find really interesting, is that there are many reasons why Lex Luthor is doing what he's doing. He's mostly doing it because he hates Superman. The land part is a separate part of it, right? Lex says so himself. He says he didn't try to destroy Superman so that he could have this new country of his own. Rather, he started the war between Arabia and Johnwood so that he could have the authority to kill Superman. The land is sort of separate. It's actually more separate in this movie than it has been in all the other movies, including the one that Ben Shapiro definitely watched and thinks is the best one. But what I love about this movie, and it's such a small detail, I wouldn't blame you for this. Superman gets a message from his biological father. We love you more than heaven, more than land. That's such a specific line, and I think it's so good and so clever and so smart because, you know, a literal interpretation of that line is basically Jor-El saying, we want you to live, we don't care where. We love you more than heaven, more than land. We just want you to live, we don't care if it's on Krypton. In contrast to Lex Luthor, who throughout his film history has been this real estate mogul who cares about land and making money off of land and owning land, which, by the way, Superman's one of his original enemies in the comic books was fighting corrupt landlords. That's interesting. But what I think is even more interesting here is this idea that Lex Luthor sees the planet Earth, and what he really sees is the land and its resources, whereas Superman sees the planet Earth, and what he really sees is the people on it. And it's so cool that you have these two characters that diametrically opposed in so many ways. And it's so interesting for any movie to engage in that, not just this one, but of course the previous ones as well, including the 1978 Superman movie. Lex sees the land and its resources, Superman sees the people on it. And I think that's a really cool thing that stories and comics and movies keep doing, and it's just really fucking funny that Ben doesn't get it. It's just so, he's so close. He's so close to getting it. Ben, please, I beg of you, watch a movie.
And then he jails him, and then he leaves him alive and explains the secondary plan that apparently was his primary plan, sort of, but he doesn't kill Superman at the time for a reason that remains undisclosed.
Ben, it's not undisclosed. Once again, I'm asking, did you watch the movie? No, look, I don't blame you. You probably saw it once and got confused, and that's okay. I forgive you, Ben, for missing the spoken out loud line that Lex says to Superman when he imprisons Superman, where Lex says, if I had it my way, I would kill you right now, but the government has questions for you. It's why, following that, there's an interrogation scene where Lex kills a civilian of Metropolis to try and get information out of Superman. I'm begging you so much to just watch the movie.
You have multiple scenes of giant heavy objects falling on Superman and Superman stopping the giant heavy objects from falling to save an individual. Again, another plot hole. You'll have giant building.
I don't think he knows what a plot hole is. Let's listen in to what he's saying here, okay?
The entire building will fall, and he will stop the building from falling to save one person or a chipmunk who is in the way. But it's an entire building full of people, so presumably all those...
It is not an entire building full of people, Ben. I once again implore you to watch the movie. There was a mandatory evacuation in Metropolis, and you saw in the film masses of citizens fleeing from Metropolis. That car that Superman saves from that falling building is the last person leaving Metropolis. The building has no people in it. And I know you, Ben, you're going to say things like, well, that's very implausible that everyone would believe. If you're going to have a suspension of disbelief that a man can fly, which I know you have because you've seen the 1978 film, and that's sort of this whole tagline that you will believe a man can fly. And you love that film, and you've definitely seen it. If you can have a suspension of disbelief that monsters and superheroes exist in this universe, you can probably suspend your disbelief that everyone in Metropolis would evacuate, especially when you see everyone evacuating Metropolis. You saw it, right? You saw the movie?
The music, again, John Williams is still alive. Just hire him to do your Superman movie, you stupid Just stop it.
Get some help.
I get very exercised. This is the only thing that really exercises me about this. John Williams, his original Superman score is one of the great scores in all of movie history. It is a phenomenal score, beginning to end, and maybe John Williams' best score. I love that score so much. It is a great, great score. It is magic. And what do? They take...
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Do you want me to fight? Or cook?
Okay. Close. Pretty fucking close. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The original theme, and they play a few notes from it because it's so iconic, and then they underscore it with nothing, with like a pedal tone. It sucks. The music is awful. The score is terrible. Just play the original score.
I'm sorry that you are like the one person on the planet that has not heard the new Superman score and is not immediately like transcended to Valhalla. Like, it is so big and powerful and emotional. It's magic, man. And I'm not gonna argue with you here, Ben. The original John Williams is extremely good. It is also magic. It used to be genuinely my alarm. I used to wake up to the Superman theme song when I was in high school because I'm a big fucking nerd. So as a person who has listened to it almost every day in my most formative years, it's still very good. This one, also very good. I don't have to rank which one is better than the other. They're both just really good. It's just building off of the original in very great ways. But anyway, that's an opinion thing.
James Gunn's politics is so ham-handed, like truly ham-handed, where Clark, he's being arrested, and he says, aren't you going to read me my rights? And one of the members of the government says, well, you're now considered an enemy alien, or you don't have any rights because you're not an American. All right.
Fucking stop with this AI slop, dude. It's so bad.
If that's supposed to be some sort of like anti-ICE sentiment.
Can you not think? He complains about James Gunn's ADHD editing style, and he's like, all right, I'm talking about ICE. I'm talking about the government agency ICE. So I have to cut away to something. I, as Ben Shapiro, can't actually cut to real footage of ICE doing things that are truly heinous. So what I have to do instead is show just stock footage of melting ice. What a fucking clown, dude.
He's really weak. Also, legally incredibly stupid, considering that he came to Earth as a baby and then was adopted by an American family, which would make him American.
That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
There's a suggestion that he says truth, justice, and the human way. I didn't catch that anywhere in the film.
No, he doesn't say that. I watched it twice. Superman doesn't say that.
The people of Jarhampur are brown.
Look at my African-American over here.
The people of Bravia are...
We'll get to my last big debunk of Ben Shapiro soon, but how in the fucking world can you complain about James Gunn's ADHD editing when this is your fucking editing, dude? Unbelievable. And look, I'm not saying my editing's any better. Julian, make it real ADHD right now. Make it just so ADHD, make it wild and crazy and fun. Whoops, now I'm but at the very least, I don't complain about other people's editing for being ADHD. It's fine. I just complain about your editing, Ben, because you're complaining about other people's editing.
They're led by a corrupt dictatorship that murders Israel. Any of the facts. That's how it reads.
I don't care.
You could also read this as Russia-Ukraine because it's one accent. So that's invading another sovereign country, and because the leader of Bravia has a Russian accent. This brings me to my final point about this movie and all other Superman movies.
Hit it, Ben.
The fundamental flaw in all Superman movies of my lifetime is the thing that Hollywood cannot say and will not do.
Politics. Does he still stand for truth, justice, all that stuff?
This is actually a really important part.
The only Superman movie that I have ever seen that uses truth, justice, and the American way is the original 1978 Superman.
You're so close to getting it, Ben.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice and the American way.
This is not just a throwaway line. It is deeply important to the character of Superman.
I want to address this whole section that Ben is saying here about like truth, justice, and the American way. I've got a whole fucking bit of research about this. This comes from supermanhomepage.com, but it's also just like, maybe it's just the spaces that I run in, but this is pretty common knowledge that Superman didn't initially stand for truth, justice, and the American way. Superman was a champion of the oppressed. That was like his original tagline, champion of the oppressed. Later, he would stand for truth and justice, right? The American way, as we see here, was introduced on the 1940s Superman radio series during World War II, but it was removed once the war was over. The Fleischer animated cartoons only used truth and justice. The 1948 serial, starring Kirk Allen, had Pa Kent to tell Clark that he needs to use his powers in interest of truth, tolerance, and justice. What do you think about that one, Ben? I'm curious about your thoughts about truth, tolerance, and justice, Ben. The 1950s Adventures of Superman TV show, starring George Reeves, said that Superman stands for truth, justice, and the American way, so that was once again used, all right. But again, in the 1966 New Adventures of Superman cartoon, the motto which changed once again to truth, justice, and freedom. And then in the 1970s Super Friends cartoon, Superman used the slogan truth, justice, and peace for all mankind. And then, once again, we have Ben's one and only thing, the thing he keeps going back to whenever he's talking about the classic stories of Superman, which is the 1978 Richard Donner film, Superman the movie, where Superman says, truth, justice, and the American way. And that's where people got it from. I would like to remind you that this is 40 fucking years after the character was introduced. To say that it is like the core element of Superman, that it is what he is, that it's what he represents, that is such a integral part of the character, is just wrong. It's just factually wrong. It's historically wrong. And even after this movie, it changes. You know, the Lois and Clark TV series with noted conservative shitbag Dean Cain. He only ever said truth and justice, not the American way. And it is not until recently when Superman's motto has changed to truth, justice, and a better tomorrow, which to be frank, I think fits really well. Superman, one of his nicknames is the Man of Tomorrow. And you could argue that, oh, they're just like, everyone's so woke now, and they changed it from the American way, truth, justice, and the American way. But I want to remind you that it took a while for Superman to get truth, justice, and the American way.
This is not just a throwaway line. It is deeply important to the character of Superman. Why? Well, because take Superman just as a character. Superman is unbelievably powerful, unstoppable. He's faster than anyone. He's stronger than anyone, right? He's basically a god on Earth, and the biggest god on Earth. He's Zeus, right? He can do whatever he wants. And so, why is he the good guy? Why isn't Lex Luthor right? Because, let's be real, if there were a person on Earth who actually had those powers, Americans would rightly be very much afraid of that. Correctly. As Federalist 51 suggests, you need ambition to counteract ambition. If any one person had ultimate power, what you're really talking about is a philosopher king. And that's pretty scary because that person could be a dictator, simply doing whatever they want to the world. The only reason why Superman would be a hero as opposed to a villain is because he grew up in America, because he has the American way, right? He's emblematic of what America is. May blunder, may make mistakes, but overall stands for freedom and liberty and private property.
You know how you've seen all those Superman comic books where he stands for private property? You know how in the 1978 Superman movie that Ben Shapiro has definitely seen, you know how he stands for private property in that movie? You know how Superman loves private property?
And free speech and all of those things.
All that stuff.
Right, all the good American stuff. There's a great comic book called Superman Red.
I fucking love this. Hold on. You're not gonna...
There's a great comic book called Superman Red Sun. It's an alternative universe in which Superman's capsule from Krypton lands in Soviet Russia. And he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia. And he's evil.
Tell me you haven't read Superman Red Sun without telling me you haven't read Superman Red Sun. Holy shit. Did you get two important things wrong about the premise of the comic? You got two things wrong in one sentence. Holy shit, Ben. If you haven't read Superman Red Sun, like Ben Shapiro hasn't, it is not about Superman being evil. Superman does not land in Soviet Russia. He lands in Ukraine, the farmlands of Ukraine. And he's not evil. He's just Soviet Russia. He lands in Ukraine, the farmlands of Ukraine. And he's not evil. He's just communist. And I know that is a thing that Ben Shapiro thinks is one and the same. But it's not. Because if you read the comic book, you would see the book isn't about what if Superman was evil. It's not about that. Before I continue talking about it, let's actually see what Ben thinks about this comic book that he's definitely read.
Lands in Soviet Russia. And he grows up as the emblem of Soviet Russia. And he's evil because he grew up in Soviet Russia. Because if you give that power, that amount of power to an evil ideology, then evil ensues.
I know Ben Shapiro thinks that being communist is the same as being evil. That's not actually the case in the comic book itself. The book isn't about what if Superman was communist and therefore became evil because of his communist ideology. The book is about, and it's very nuanced, and I'm very drunk, but the book is a very nuanced take on both communism, specifically Soviet-era communism, and American capitalism. Yeah, Ben, Superman Red Sun, a book that you love, a book that you think is great, is also a critique of American capitalism. Interesting. The book is about the very common concept that we've all heard of before, which is absolute power corrupts absolutely. It happens to Superman, it happens to Lex as well, Lex Luthor, who's in America. And the funny thing is, Ben, at the end of the comic that you've read, because you like it, right? I believe your exact words were, it's a great comic book. At the end of the comic book, you realize that Superman has never been evil, was not evil this entire time, unlike the thing that you said. Rather, Superman was being manipulated. Spoilers. He's manipulated by Brainiac into trying to take control of the whole Earth. Now you read the story, and guess what? You'll find that Superman detests bloodshed. He doesn't want innocent people being hurt. He doesn't like invading other countries. He just likes to challenge people to debates. A thing that I believe you are very also fond of, Ben. It's not Superman was raised in a communist ideology, therefore he's evil. That's not what the book is about. That's not even literally what happens in the book, Ben. Superman is even reluctant to have any power, any authority over people. Does he make bad decisions? Absolutely. He doesn't make these evil decisions, quote unquote evil decisions, because he's communist. He makes these decisions because he's being manipulated by Brainiac, someone who's not communist or even capitalist for that matter. He's just a fucking evil alien. I would encourage people, including Ben Shapiro, to read Superman Red Sun. What tips me off that Ben has never read it is the fact that he likes it, because I guarantee you if he actually read it, he wouldn't like it very much at all.
And so what they come away with in kind of the key moment in this movie, for example, is Pa Kent telling Clark that parents don't make missions for their kids, right? They don't make their kids kind of what they are. in terms of what they should be. They give kids the tools to choose what they want to be, and then those choices make those kids what they are. Okay, that's kind of half true and half not. Of course.
No, fucking Ben, oh my god. Does Ben Shapiro have kids? I fucking hope not, dude. He probably does. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be a parent someday. Support me on Patreon. I walked away, and a lot of my friends who are already parents walked away from this movie thinking that that was one of the most beautiful things in the entire film, is this idea that parents don't instruct their children on what to do. They don't dictate the lives that their children lead. They give them the tools to have the successes and also to have the failures, you know, to make their own way in the world, to be their authentic selves. And that's just awesome, man. And it's so ghoulish that Ben thinks that such simple line is something worth fighting about.
But you also try to define the mission your kid should have in life. That's maybe the most important thing you do as a parent. Direct them in a world of choices at what is the ultimate good? What is the ultimate goal? Hollywood is not run by people who believe that there is such a thing as an ultimate good or an ultimate goal. It's run by moral relativists who have a kind of, at best, soft-pedaled, generic, be nice attitude toward the world, which is why Superman's defense of intervening in this foreign conflict is
people were going to die.
Okay, well, people would die on the other side, presumably, if you didn't intervene. Or people die every day in conflicts all over the world. Right? The reason that Clark or Superman is supposed to intervene is because one side is right and one side is wrong.
Yeah, Ben, you almost got it right. The side doing genocide is wrong, and the side not doing genocide and just trying to defend themselves is right. And that's why Superman stood up for them, is because he did see that there was a right and wrong, and that the one doing the genocide was wrong.
The central question of Superman has never really been handled by any movie, and it's certainly not handled here, which is why should one person be given this much power? And the answer is he shouldn't, unless he is essentially just a metaphor for what makes America awesome.
This sucks so much, dude. Ben is literally...
The stat only used rupture agents. 30% of their attack converted to sheer force. 30%. So 1/3 of 300. Yeah, I guess Panda is a bit better.
Saying the only people that should be given so much power as Superman is America, and he's not defending that point at all. He just thinks that it's self-evident that America is good, wholly good, purely good, and we're the ones that need the most power, and he's not defending that. He's not giving any evidence, he's not giving any arguments for it. He's just presuming that it is self-evident that America is the best.
This is what Superman was designed to be. This is why Superman in the original comics is punching Hitler.
False again. Original comics punching Hitler? No, Ben, that didn't happen until well after Superman premiered. He did not punch Hitler in the original comics, and even when he did, this was at a time in American history when most Americans were not in favor of that. When Superman did this, it was before Captain America premiered, and when Captain America premiered on the first issue, punching Hitler, even then most Americans were in such staunch disagreement that we should be intervening in the war at all in World War II. So this idea that Superman is representing Americans, that was not the American ideals at the time, that was not the American beliefs at the time. Most Americans wanted to not be involved in the war. Most Americans at the time were so against it that when comic books like this one came out, authors like Jack Kirby and Joe Simon and Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, all of these creators, these comic book creators who were creating these stories that you literally have on screen right now, were getting hate mail, were getting fucking death threats, because in the actual minds of Americans, Superman doing this that's on screen in your video was not something that America should do. Your analysis is wrong. It's historically wrong.
So my overall review, 2 out of 5 stars. Meh. I think that the stars do their best with bad material given to them by James Gunn.
The worms going in through the mouth and helping him as he's sobbing, and it's kneeling at the end of the bed, and I was on the other side of the bed for that whole time.
Good job by David Corenswet. Good job by Rachel Brosnahan. Good job by Nicholas Hoult. Good job by Eddie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific. But Superman, as I say, super meh.
So cool, dude. So, like I say, this review by Ben Shapiro is bad, and I've demonstrated the evidence and calculated the results about why it's bad, and I've shown you the historical revisionism that Ben Shapiro has done with the Superman character, and I think it speaks for itself that Ben Shapiro is not to be trusted with anything. I don't think he's knowledgeable about anything that he talks about, and I don't think that's news either. I think most people know that. Look, at the end of the day, Ben Shapiro knows that he's wrong about Superman. We all know that he's wrong about Superman. The comment section of his own video knows that he's wrong about Superman. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about getting those beautiful clicks and watching the numbers go up. And I get that. I need money. I'm out of alcohol. I don't really have a grander point to what I'm trying to say here. I just think it's interesting as someone who, this is my first time doing a sort of reaction video like this to a right-wing pundit like Ben Shapiro. I find him infuriating as someone who is very knowledgeable in comic book history, who has done my research. It's frustrating that Ben's video is going to get more views than this one. It's just frustrating. I hesitate throughout this video to call Ben Shapiro like stupid or dumb, because I do think he knows what he's doing. I also don't think those are particularly useful terms. I just think Ben Shapiro is deeply incurious. He is not curious about the stuff that he's talking about to look up any information about it. He comes into this with his preconceived notions of history, with his preconceived notion of comic books that he hasn't read, and rather than read them and rather than look them up, he just sits down and films a video like this to get views and to get clicks and not to spread accurate information. He is just very insincere and, like I say, very incurious. Like, okay, this has been bothering me since I recorded that video. There's a reason why I tell you all at the end of all of my videos to explore the world through curiosity and vulnerability. Curiosity being the key point here. Being a curious, self-motivated learner means more than just watching a supercut of Christopher Reeve's best scenes and assuming you understand the whole movie, let alone the entirety of a character's history. I know for me that I want to thoroughly understand the things that I talk about in my videos, especially the topics that are new to me. And yeah, that can be challenging sometimes. So challenge yourself. And the best way that I challenge myself to constantly keep learning is with a tool that makes learning feel like a daily adventure. You've heard me talk about it before. It's this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant helps you become a better thinker and problem solver with thousands of visual interactive lessons in math, science, programming, and data analysis. What makes Brilliant special is how it teaches you. Instead of just watching videos, you actually work through problems and play with ideas hands-on. This way of learning sticks with you much more than passive watching. Honestly, it keeps me coming back because Brilliant makes learning feel like solving fun problems rather than just like studying. They've got this incredible team behind their content too, experts from places like Stanford, MIT, Caltech, Microsoft, and Google who really know their stuff. So while you're gaining real knowledge on specific topics, you're also becoming a better thinker. This is a true story. Brilliant's growing collection of programming courses helped me code specific, bespoke scripts for my editing software. Like this one here that exports all my timeline markers as a spreadsheet, which has been incredibly handy. Brilliant helped me learn Python for this. And beyond specific programming languages, you'll develop an intuition for computer logic, get hands-on experiences with real programs, and learn to think like a programmer. To learn on Brilliant for free, just go to brilliant.org/nerdsync, scan the QR code on screen, or click the link in the description. Brilliant's also giving my viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Staying curious and learning even a little bit every day is one of the most important things you can do for your personal and professional growth. And Brilliant keeps you on track for reaching your learning goals one day at a time. But regardless, I hope you liked this video. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Scott, reminding you to examine your favorite art through curiosity and vulnerability. See ya.
So that was video fact check Ben Shapiro, Superman review to Oh, He's a Fraud by Nerd C. We forgot that I lost an adaptation. Okay. Denims, Citron and Reddit mods conflict, lawyers debate, live by Legal Mindset.
Ohio. How are you today, Sean?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great, and yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a while. It's been too long.
It's been a minute. I feel like it really is. It's nice to have like a little bit of the band back together. You know, I know that it's been a while since, you know, a lot of LawTubers have done collaborations and stuff like that, but I still love doing it. And what I love really doing is that we can get on together and we can talk about stuff and we can even debate each other in a respectful way where we both really respect each other. And it's not because we hate each other or anything else. We can even strongly disagree with the other person's point, and we're cool at the end of the day, right? That's one of the things I love about LawTube.
Yes, no, I agree. There's so much, you know, and it's the disagreement's not over stupid things. It's over things. You know what? It's valid. There's never usually any time you're like, oh wow, they don't know what they're talking about. Especially nowadays.
Especially nowadays. Okay, so guys, today, because we have Sean on, and out of respect for Sean, just real quick, I'll read some of the, like, for example, King Lugia, thanks for the 5 members. JP, thanks for the 5. I'm not gonna be doing the reactions because we'll be here all day for that, and I'll save the super chats for the end. I think we'd read all our super chats from Sean and me at the end. We'll get it through. So, but we will, like, I'll get to answering your questions, and we'll get through that, guys. So even if you don't hear it read right away, know that I'm seeing it and it's coming up, so it's not missed. Right? So, like, for example, Unhinged Valkyrie saying because for 10 pounds. I see you, bro. I see you. Senpai notices you, okay? So, let's see here. So what we had today, I think what we're going to talk about, because both of us have been covering the Ethan Klein lawsuits. And obviously, if you've been paying attention to either one of us, you probably know the background, but they're for copyright infringement, suing against both Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, and the Snark Reddit and Discord moderators. Essentially all of Hassan's orbiters. I know that, you know, people don't like that word, but that's what it is, right?
Suffa, Kami, Suffa.
But, well, here's the thing, and let me ask you this, because people ask me this question all the time. Do you think that at some point it is possible that Hassan is roped into this, whether he likes it or not?
Yes, because I guarantee, and this is where I think you mentioned this. I said it from the start. This is a fishing expedition. This is a hunt for information. And yes, if he can make these people suffer and break their back with a copyright lawsuit, great. He's looking for data. He's looking for text messages, emails, phone calls, Twitter DMs, Discord DMs, Snapchats, whatever he can find. He is hunting for scalps for the people who came after him and his family. And I guarantee you the road eventually, Hassan's name's going to be in some of this stuff. Maybe it's
inevitably.
And we know Frogan, Casey Tron, and well, I don't know about Casey Tron, but Denims and Frogan definitely probably have Hassan's DMs. So yeah, at some point he's probably getting deposed.
And at the very minimum, right? At the very minimum, he's deposed. Now that doesn't mean, now don't get people's hopes up. I'll balance this out, right? Just because he's deposed doesn't mean Hassan is going to jail and he's locked up and he, you know, he's going to Gitmo or something like that. That's extreme. That's too much, right?
Nobody's going to jail out of this, but there will be. Ethan Klein is looking to ruinate people's lives as much as he can through the civil legal process.
Correct. And I think he's even said it, that he's out to win on them. And you can see it, like when you look at Ethan, you can see a level of determination in his eyes and his face. Like he has a plan and he knows what he's going to do and he is going to execute this plan. I do think that they really could have settled with him at the very beginning, or even some of them right now, if they came with a really amazing settlement offer and if they threw the other guys under the bus.
Well, I think Denims already did settle. She's in the process of settling.
You think so?
Oh, the reason they stipulated to that discovery and let it out there, look, I'm going to help you. I'm not getting in the way. Whatever you want to do, let's get it done. I think that's part of her. So what can we do on this? And how bad? You know, she wants to be the last one eaten by the alligator. So she's not walking away scot-free, but she is She's and you know the even better thing. This, you know, like, oh well, they can't access things. She's got messages with you guys. You know, she can give up her phone, and it doesn't matter what Reddit does.
Oh, suffer, Denim, suffer. Oh, it is disloyal, Denim. Listen, it is absolutely hilarious because you've seen this, you know, in many cases. I've seen this too, but I mean, you have more experience than I do, so I defer to your experience here. You've seen this in cases where social media platforms, Facebook, you know, Reddit, you know, Instagram, etc. You've seen cases where these platforms have turned over data, right? Correct? You've seen this.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing: this idea that Reddit's not going to turn it over.
There are people that believe this, Sean. Well, there are actual people that do not understand that these platforms give over your data. They do not believe this happens.
Yes, and I understand Reddit has said, well, look, we're not going to do that. Okay, they may not have done that before and in certain situations, but when you're dealing with a federal judge and there's a copyright lawsuit and now you're a party to this copyright, you know, their attorneys are going to say, are we going to lose Section 230 protections if we start shielding these people? I mean, what are we going to lose here? Like, this is not that simple. And once again, even if it is, this is, I guarantee you Denims has, because if she talked to them on Reddit, she's talked to them on the phone, she's talked to them in emails. So even if for some reason they can't get stuff out of Reddit, I guarantee you she is turning over information as we speak. That's why that thumbnail I have is from Vertical Limit, where they cut the rope at the beginning of the thing. Oh. She's just cut. That's what that is. The knife on the rope. She's cutting them loose.
And you know, there's no. I said this in the beginning, and people like they I don't know if they took it seriously. There is no loyalty in a lawsuit. There is no, like, you know, we're all one big proletariat family, whatever it is, right? It is everyone for themselves, and they will literally toss each other in front of the firing squad. That is going to happen, right? Legally. Yeah. Right. And in the mods themselves, too, these mods were all friends before, I'm sure, but they're not going to be friends after this is over. And we're going to talk about that later. But, you know, first, I guess the two order of operation for today is we're going to start talking, I think, first about Casey Tron and Denims, who now apparently share a lawyer in this lawsuit. Which, once again, if you know anything about the law, a very basic concept in the law is conflicts of interest. If you have a lawsuit and there are two parties that, you know, once again, they could have both committed this crime or committed the crime a different way, right? There'd be a conflict of interest. They could each have their own counsel. There are, however, situations in which you can waive conflicts, right, by providing informed consent. So it's a more complicated question than just, is this okay or not okay? So that's why it's a great one to talk about with Sean, because it actually is a complicated, it's not a straightforward answer.
Yes, and the bigger thing, Chet, you need to understand, just because there's a conflict, sometimes you can waive them, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. And this is a situation where we're going to start off with going through two separate documents here. And the first one is in Denims' case. And this is the appearance of Benjamin Cassis, and this is Denims' attorney. That's so weird calling it Denims', but yes, Denims' attorney. Well, it's not as weird as having the name Denims. Anyways, Benjamin Cassis for Frost LLP and Wilshire Boulevard. Shout out to Coach Red Pill. We're always on our mind. Always on our mind.
All right.
Yes, always in our mind. Always thinking of you, boo. Anyways, he's representing Denims. Okay, cool. Like, okay, that sounds great. This is him in the case there. All right, sounds great. All right, well, now we go to the Western District of Missouri, because Casey Tron lives in Missouri. Because, like me, she's poor white trash of flyover country. All right.
Don't speak about yourself that way, Sean. You're my white trash, okay?
Yes.
I love you.
Now, the way this works, Chad, if you don't understand, Pro Hoc Vice is what you do to sign, because if you're not a member of that bar, you can't practice there. So I can't go to California to start practicing. What I need
I can't go to Ohio, right? Yeah.
Yes.
You can't do that, yeah.
What I need is an attorney who's licensed in that state to basically vouch for me. And Pro Hoc Vice basically means I'm vouching for this guy, and if he screws up, that's on me too. But for example, Mindset could Pro Hoc Vice mean into Florida.
And I could do it in Ohio, right? We could do vice versa.
I could vouch for him.
Yeah, and so if we wanted to do that, we could do that. And that's the importance. And this is why I always say, you know, people always say, well, you're not this type of lawyer. I'm like, well, yeah, but I have friends that are, and I can call them up. And if I wanted to Pro Hoc Vice, I could do that. I don't want to, because I'm not, you know, that's not what I want to do. But I could potentially, right? You know, and that's the power of that.
Yes. Now from here, this is important because you have to at every federal court. You have to get admitted to each one of the 93 district courts. You need to be able to be admitted. So what did he do? Well, they got a hold of a guy named Stephen Hoblinger. He's an attorney in the Western District of Missouri. And he is, you know, he's going to be here. And what is happening here? Well, Benjamin Cassis is he's admitted to practice in the U.S. District Court, meaning somewhere he's federally admitted. But he's not admitted here. Who will be counsel for Casey Cavanis?
Which is Casey Tron.
Casey Tron. Okay, so you're like, Benjamin Cassis. I thought we just talked about that guy. So who is he? You know, yeah. So what is he? Well, Benjamin Cassis from Frost LLP on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, wow, that sounds familiar. Where have we heard that before?
Yeah, I know. It's like we just went through this. We just went through this. So now he's representing two parties. This is a conflict of interest, in my opinion.
No. So this is a conflict.
Yeah.
The only question is, so in a conflict, so there is, so to establish the basics, right? It is a conflict because they are potentially adverse parties, and they may have information that is adverse to each other. For example, the disclosure of messages, of DMs, of phone calls that belong to Denims may be adverse to Casey Tron. And if Denims particularly is cutting the cord and is trying to get out, she is going to take actions that are adverse to Casey Tron, Frogan, to the mods, to everybody else. So, and we know Disloyal Denims is already doing this, right? She's already doing this. So this is something that lawyers should just look at the filings and say, yeah, this is a conflict. Now, so I think we're both in agreement. It is a conflict, right?
Yes, 100% it is.
Now, here's the question. Is it waivable?
I don't think so. Because this is like representing a husband and wife in a divorce. They may be all nice to each other, but let's say in the moment the husband walks into your office and says, oh, by the way, hey, I got something to tell you. You know, it's secret. He's like, oh, I am actually stooping to the neighbor. Well, okay, well now he's told me confidential information, but technically the wife's my client too. Now I have to have information that I can't share with my client. That's not how that works. So if these girls start talking about they have a goal, or more importantly, they just start going like this, they did it. That's it.
Sure.
Conflict of interest. Or if I'm Ethan Klein and I want to be a big fucking asshole, I make an offer to Denims, a settlement offer. And guess what? He can't go tell Casey Tron because Casey Tron can say, well, tell me about it. I can't tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's so many ways this implodes.
So here's what. Okay, I agree with you on that last part. That last part is some tricky fuck lawyer shit. Sorry, I swore, but I guess YouTube is.
That's what I would do if I'm Ethan's attorney. If I'm Ethan's attorney, I will f him over with this.
This is getting clipped. This is getting clipped right now. 100%.
That's fine.
How Ethan can screw it over. Make a settlement offer to Denims. Denims, because Denims. Look, no, do it to Denims. Here's why it's Denims. Because the narrative is already that she's disloyal Denims. So just play into the narrative, whether or not it's true. Denims might not be disloyal, right? In reality, maybe she might just be being strategic. But if she does that, that narrative takes off. That narrative wins 100%. That Denims, ain't nothing but a settlement digger, right? And she's got no loyalty, right? So that would be the real move there. Because from what I looked at, let me pull this up. This is on the California Lawyers Association. This is the two types of unwaivable conflicts. Because normally you can get informed consent, which means you can put it in writing. So you can say, we have potential conflicts here, here, and here. Sign here. If you sign, that's okay. And you can also limit the scope of your representation. You could say, okay, I'm only going to represent you for fighting the pretrial phase, and at trial, you're going to have to get your own counsel, right?
Yes.
And I don't know which one was hired first. There may be some precedent there or not, whatever, right? But
I was going to say, there's also the thing of, like, we learned in law school, the way they used to do this back in the day when they do what's called the Chinese wall, where the one attorney who knows the information. That's what they called it. That's what they called it.
I know. I've heard this so many times, but I was also in Miami when we had the Chinese drywall scandal, and I was clerking. I was clerking for a judge, and every time I hear that, I think of the Chinese drywall that was totally toxic and didn't work, which is a perfect metaphor for this, which is perfect. It never works. This strategy never works. They share paralegals, they share people. That is totally fake.
And guys, the way this whole issue would work is typically if there's a conflict of interest, and I'll use Andrew here as an example. So let's say he was repping, an amusement entertainment provider in Florida. Okay?
Yes.
Like, we'll just use Universal Studios as an example.
Yes, theoretically. Not that that's ever happened.
No, I'm just using them as an example. It's clear examples here. it just helps because people know lore.
Yeah, lore.
And let's say he worked for a law firm that represented them, okay, and then he left, and they worked for another law firm. That law firm represents Disney on everything. So Andrew's working there. And then, is that a conflict for the entire law firm? Well, no, what they would do is they basically would say, Andrew's not allowed to know anything about the Disney stuff. He's going to handle the Sibian manufacturer that we represent. And, they're having defects where they catch fire. He's handling that litigation. He's handling the asbestos litigation. He's not touching anything related to Disney. Because he knows stuff that it's an adverse prior client. Now, there are times where you can do that, but that never works out. Yeah, because you guys all work in the same firm. You're in the same offices. You talk all the time. You have the paralegals. You go out and drink, and you go to the strip clubs together. It never works that way.
Never ever works that way.
Yeah.
So that's why they really have to have separate firms, and really that's the best practice, right? Instead of having one guy. So these are cases in which even if you have informed consent, it's not enough. So the first one is the second one's easy. I'll start with the second one: inability of the client. So I don't think we're arguing that either one is I mean, we make jokes about intelligence, but I don't think any of us is realistically making the argument that they don't have the capacity to give informed consent. However,
I don't think they do.
This is the one that I think you intimated at, and this is unwaivable. A disclosure precluded by confidentiality duty owed to another, right? So this kind of unwaivable conflict goes to the very foundation underlying an effective conflict consent, that a client who has received adequate disclosure concerning the conflict at issue can make an informed decision whether to permit the conflicted representation to go forward. So saying that there is a conflict that they can't even put in the disclosure, because putting it in the disclosure would be adverse to their client. And that, I think, is a settlement offer.
And, well, yes, but even though just saying putting in the disclosure, technically the way it works, you guys, if you're representing a party, as an attorney, you don't get to go around and just say, oh, by the way, I'm representing a person. That's part of confidentiality. Now, if you get asked about it, you might be able to discuss it, or if you have to put it in a filing, that's one thing. But even telling, I mean, Denims and Casey Tron are talking. They're talking, so it's not an issue. But let's say they didn't know each other, but they had the exact same issue. Is Denims going to say, why the hell are you telling somebody that I'm your client? Who the hell do you think you are to do that? That can be a confidentiality issue. The same way, like, that's why there's stuff I've been involved in where people ask, like, are you doing this, doing that? I can't comment on that. Don't comment on stuff. I can't answer that.
Right.
That's you can't just discuss that at times, and you shouldn't be discussing that. So that's, in this situation, the identity is not an issue. But yeah, once again, everything that gets discussed with Denims is now
identity isn't an issue with hold on, but the identity isn't an issue with Casey Tron and Denims, but it is with the mods, and we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah,
right?
well, there's an identity thing there, but
yes.
This idea though that when you in the disclosure saying, hey, there's a conflict of interest here, disclosing the identity of this other party is a potential confidentiality issue at times. Like, it's really hard to do because you have to discuss with this, they would have to discuss with Denims all the stuff about Casey Tron enough to explain why there's a conflict of interest without breaching confidentiality of Casey Tron. Now, obviously, they know what's going on, but the bar doesn't care. The bar doesn't care that they know each other.
This is the point. The bar doesn't give a damn. The bar has this is a rule, right? This is a standard,
straight rule. It doesn't matter that they're friends.
This is what I always laugh about people, especially when they talk about lawyers or try to badmouth lawyers. It's like the bar has standards that are above and beyond what is criminal, right? You can be punished, but a lot of people don't understand. The bar can punish you for a lot of bad behavior, right? Just bad behavior. It's not necessarily criminal. It won't necessarily send this guy to jail, or he's not going to go to jail for conflict, but he can be punished by the bar, right? We are self-regulating in terms of our industry has a self-regulating function, right? So I think this guy, once again, I'll pull him up right here. This is the dude from Frost Law Firm, Ben Cassis over here. I don't think he's incompetent. In fact, he seems like a cool guy. Like, I don't think he's a bad person. I just think maybe the parties haven't really talked to him about everything, or maybe they haven't had the right conversations, but where he hasn't thought about it that deeply. He looks very competent. But
I'm sure he's a very smart attorney, knows what he's doing, but it's just, this is not this is one of the things, this is a very big, very common issue. Like, this is a very common one. And it's because you forget, and the way you're taught in your ethics class is, first question you always ask when you have an ethics issue, who is your client? And you start from that premise. Now, your client may not be an issue at that point, but you always ask it. That way you can start appropriately. Who's your client? Because then that worries about, what are all your duties? What are your obligations? Well, is this person your client? No, then fuck them. You don't have those duties and obligations.
Correct. Exactly. If they're not your client, you don't have the obligations to them. It's straight up. It's straightforward. Okay. Let me pull up this one. So this is, I got this off of X earlier today. Ethan reveals the H3 Snark Bands banded together and hired the same law firm to fight against the subpoena request. I'll play this 2-minute clip. Let me get this presentation and make sure the sound is on. Okay, there we go. Cool.
Surprised by this. We heard from the legal counsel of a new app, someone who we haven't heard from before. The H3 Snark mods have banded together and hired a boutique law firm located in San Francisco, which makes me raise my eyebrow.
What makes it boutique?
It just means like a small specialized. Okay. They seem like professionals.
Okay, they usually are.
Yes. A boutique law firm in San Francisco to represent all of them. And the reason they've hired this lawyer is to challenge our subpoena request.
They don't want names.
They're scared.
I think he meant quash, right? Because he sometimes just slips up. I think he meant quash, but I'll give him that one because squash is also
enough.
like it's good enough. It's close enough. It's close enough even. I give him shit over saying amendable instead of amenable, but it's all right.
They're scared. Whatever's in there must be bad.
I respect H3 Snark, and I believe that they're being silent.
Shut up, Adam. But the truth is, all we actually are asking for and need is their names so that we can serve them. right? So they're going to have to do this motion to squash, which is very interesting. It's going to essentially, they're going to have to argue on behalf of the 3 defendants that what they did was not infringement, to therefore make themselves ineligible to be subpoenaed.
This is the path I follow.
So they have to, it's going to be basically a motion to dismiss in the form of a squash, because they have to argue that argument on behalf of them. So it's going to be, this is going to happen sooner than all the other stuff, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because I think it's going to establish where this whole thing is going. Because if the judge says no to that, it's this.
That's literally. I'm gonna pause this. Every time he's saying it, I'm literally thinking about fucking squash. Yeah, exactly. Like it's because it's quash. It's quash. It's quash. But
yes, you
yeah, squash that.
Yes.
Yeah, Chad is right. Hold on, where's Chad? Squash that cough, bro. I got one too. I can't. Hey, I got one too.
I believe it's the same judge that's on Denham's case.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same judge. It's all in that case.
And that is not looking good for Denham. If the judge grants it, then it's like they don't think we have a case, right? If the judge denies it, it means they're all fucked.
They're
frankly.
fucked, yeah.
And so
that's so that's where we're going with that. Squash aside, what are your thoughts on that, Sean?
Well, they're gonna. I mean, they're better off arguing the contributory copyright infringement isn't there, because making the litigation for the 3 girls, that's not really going to get them anywhere, I don't think. But they're better off trying to argue, you know, they didn't contributory copyright infringe. But I don't see how you're going to get anywhere, because there hasn't been any discovery yet. We're literally at the pleading stage, and the parties that are actually the main parties in this are not saying that they're ready for summary judgment yet. So I don't see how they're going to get anywhere with this. And remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because all the girls give up your phones. You know, we subpoenaing all your shit off your phone. I want access to your Reddit account. I mean, so they can fight and moan. Remember, there's multiple ways they're going to get this information. Number one, and then number two, I'm sure Ethan's got, you know, his attorney. You know, they're going to do their sneaky stuff. Like you are not invisible on the internet, guys. You are not, and that's why like people are like, you know, am I worried about, you know, like when I'm on Twitter, people talk shit. I'm like, you could find me in 30 seconds if you want to.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I make it that like there is protection in being known.
Yes, there's protection being known, there's protection being unknown, and once again, you know, people say, oh, let's try to be invisible. It's like, no, just, you know, put a little like a speed bump, right? You know, it's not even a stop. It's not stopping anybody, right? It's like, do you care to actually go find out, right? And if people care to find out, they'll find out, you know, and that's just the reality of the internet, right? But yes, the reality is it's also quash, reject or void, especially legal procedures. So just so you know, guys, we're educational and entertaining, guys.
I mean, I'm sure Ethan and will bring up, you know, do you have the standing to have to do this?
Well,
I mean,
that's a good
another
question.
issue.
I think they do. I would be on the side of they do, because they're parties to the lawsuit. So how would the mods not?
Well, how do you know? How do we know you're a party to the lawsuit? I mean, that's right. It's like, look, you're gonna have to tell us who you are.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not gonna be able to fight. You're not gonna be able to.
Fair enough.
I don't know if they're not gonna be able to proceed under a pseudonym at some point, because
they will have to.
It's unlike
they will have
Pixie.
to stipulate that. Yes.
Yeah, unlike Pixie, we know who Pixie is. Like Destiny knows. Like now, maybe I am retarded and I'm wrong, but that's the argument I'm doing. Well, I'm sure Ethan's.
Could this be a double bind for that? I mean, this could be like an Ethan, like 4D chess move here. Is like by them going together into this law firm, they're gonna have to stipulate that this is indeed them.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so.
I mean, because if they're gonna claim we didn't engage in contributory copyright infringement, we didn't do this, we didn't do that, it's like, well, we need to do discovery to find that out. We now have to depose you.
Right.
So now you got to tell me who you are.
Right.
I mean, I mean, this idea that they're going to jump in like this, like they were sitting there laughing that the judge was never going to grant this. Why wouldn't the judge grant the motion for a subpoena if both sides agree? They have no reason to get involved. If the plaintiff and the defendant agree to something, you know, the judge is never going to get in the way of that. Why? Yeah. His life is easier. What do I got to do? Hold on. What? Sign this? Okay, cool. You know.
Yeah. Completely.
I'm going to golfing. You know, like they don't.
And at the end of the day, the thing is, they're wasting their money. I don't see any way in which they're able to successfully challenge it and not ultimately and lead to subpoenas that would ultimately end up with disclosure. Like, I don't see this as a winning move. And by the way, that representation, let's talk about the scope of that representation. I don't think it can go past the subpoena fighting, because I think after the subpoena, they each have to get their own attorneys, because as we talked about with Casey Tron and Denims, they are adverse to each other. They are really adverse to each other. I think the mods are probably more adverse to each other than Casey Tron and Denims, because they are being sued as a collective, and we don't know how to portion out the liability. So for the mods, see, for Casey Tron and Denims, they each have their own stream. So you can argue that their scope of liability is limited to what's on their own stream. And those are going to be two separate cases, because as much as we like to compare them and contrast them, they are separate people, and the details may matter to a judge. A judge could look at, theoretically, could look at Casey Tron's case and say, well, you did a bad thing, but Denims, I like you, girl. I subbed your OnlyFans. You're good. I'm gonna let you off.
Yes.
Right? It's theoretically possible that happens. With the mods, if they look at the thread as a whole and they say, yeah, the thread is culpable, then they've got to portion that out. And I think that's where there's just, you cannot avoid that.
And remember, it's not only just the thread, but what their actions. I mean, basically, the way contributor and copyright infringement works, too, in a way, this being alleged as a conspiracy almost. So it's not only just what they did right there, but who were they talking to? How did they facilitate it? Once again, who were they talking to Frogan? Were they talking to Denims? And that Roman P guy, or whoever they are, I mentioned this, the way they keep talking on their, the way they were talking shit on Reddit, they make it sound like they have access to people in charge. It's like, well, who are you? You're very important.
And that's going to be very interesting, because I think this could end up really weakening Reddit by the people that think they have access, and kind of exposing the fact that Reddit has been run by a very small group of people that have access to the people at the top and have been the only people talking to them, and have been controlling the tone of Reddit, the overall direction of Reddit, the climate of Reddit, which we all know, right? Just like Twitch, right? There's certain people that exert extraordinary influence on Twitch, right? Same goes for Reddit. Same goes for a lot of other platforms, right? So
yeah. And somebody in chat was asking, is this for all the cases? Well, yes, the same information will apply to all the cases. So they don't need to get a subpoena for each case. They've got one that evidence will be admissible in all of them. So
yeah, so they're going to be able to get that. And once again, I don't see any situation in which, especially the internal Reddit messages, I can see how, look, there's going to be some, there may be some confidential or protected or privileged messages on their phones or other things that are not directly attached to Reddit or Discord, but within those platforms, certainly those messages are going to get turned over, right? The internal Discord and Reddit messages are 100% getting turned over.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're talking to like their lawyer, it's going to be It's not going to be, it's not going to be privileged. They're not going to have any, especially if it's a group chat or a group message. I don't know if you can do that on Reddit. Then there really is no confidentiality, because they're all talking amongst themselves.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I got distracted. I got distracted by Tectone. I'm sorry. I got to show this on live. This is too hilarious. Like, I was like looking on X for other content and searching for good stuff, and all of a sudden, pound per pound, sexiest lawyer in content creation. My response: I'm filing a restraining order. Right? It's done. It's absolutely done. It's over. Sorry, Tectone. We're done here. We're done here. This is getting creepy, bro.
Yes.
But listen. So in terms of the next stages, because he talked about procedure, right? This motion to quash, Ethan, quash, I love you.
Yes.
Quash. Okay. That is next. He is correct about that. So procedurally, that would be the next thing to come up before even an MTD.
Well,
because they filed. So procedurally, remember, this is expedited subpoenas that they consented to before the next mandatory conference.
But this was
procedurally would jump it.
Well, I mean,
federal rules of civil procedure. Federal rules.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm thinking Rule 26 here. I wonder if the judge would say, sorry, but you guys sat, or you intentionally didn't want. You wanted to not be involved. You could have gotten an attorney. Like, I wonder how the judge would handle that. I think, would he have to say, we'll put a halt to it? Because here's the thing, that doesn't do anything except delay it, because they're still going to get it. And because if they jump in, they're going to have to. I mean, they're going to be stuck in a spot because they're fighting as John Does.
By the way, did you mean Rule 34 instead of Rule 24?
Well, no, 26 for the discovery, because it's
sorry,
to be under discovery there.
Okay, yes, right.
I actually, I'll be honest, I actually don't know how that would all work out, but
yeah, that's why.
If I was the judge, and it's already been served. I mean, if it's a subpoena that's already been served, you can't. It's like it's like a tee shot, man. It's gone.
And this is why, by the way, guys, this is why you see me and him thinking about this. And this is like a lot of the law is procedure, and a lot of how cases are won or lost or screwed up is on procedure, right? So this is why you need to make sure your lawyers really know what they're doing. They're really super specialized, right? Like, I would not be comfortable covering this case in terms of procedure, right? Because this is just not my specialty area, right? So you have to make sure that procedurally you don't mess up. And this is very interesting because it's a different case, and because they're doing things that are different from the normal procedure. It makes it very interesting from a legal nerd standpoint of procedure.
Yes. So. Yeah, the attorneys involved in this, I don't know if they explicitly have dealt with this, but I won't be surprised if they're cracking open like Wright and Miller, which is considered the Bible for civil procedure. It's like a set of books, like $10,000.
Right.
They're going to be looking, because this is going to be. This is not normal. This is not normal. So.
Yeah, this is not normal at all. Okay, I guess we should get some super chats now. How about that?
Sure,
How about
sure.
that? We got a lot here. Okay, Hoopty says for 91. Happy birthday, Esquire. May there be more to come. Actually, so it's not my birthday, but it's gonna be Sean's birthday. Right now, we are both the same age.
Yes.
We're both the same age for a very short period of time. For a couple days, but happy birthday to Sean too, guys. Please give him some love. Make sure you go over to his channel, Potentially Criminal, and you subscribe. He's a great guy, good friend of mine. You know, once again, the great thing about LawTube is we don't always agree on everything. We don't have to like share all the same views, etc. But we can come together and talk about stuff. And he does a lot of cool stuff. In fact, you did have a question here that was asked to you. This is a really good one. Well, where is this?
Oh, geez, I don't know if I can answer it now.
This is very specific. It's very specific. Let's see. Here we go. Jarrett for 49 says, cheers, you guys. Best lawyers in the space. By the way, Sean, will you ever paint a Warhammer 40K tank on stream?
Yeah, I will at some point. I've got a whole pile of shit now because of my birthday. Like, I've got a bunch of stuff to work through. But yeah, at some point I'll be doing Warhammer. Because I got
you haven't done any Warhammer, have you? Have you done any Warhammer?
When I was a kid, a little bit, and then I played the computer games, but I never actually did the tabletop game. So
neither did I. I've only read the books and done the games.
The neat thing about the Warhammer stuff is the 40K thing. I know a guy who's got a resin printer, and he's like, whatever you need printed, man, I'll just send it to you. I'm like, that'll be great.
That's
so
like
at some point here I will be.
Somewhere Games Workshop is like filing a cease and desist.
I know, they could suffer.
Well, that's their grit. I mean, that's probably going to be a whole. Maybe I'll bring you on if I ever do a like Games Workshop, like, you know, shutting down IP stuff, because they're the absolute fucking worst.
Well, yeah.
Unnamed Valkyrie, thanks for the 10. Alex Jones for 499. Suffer. Let's see. Natasha for 5 says, hi, dear leader. Oh no, it's the sandwich farmer Sean. Show us Clyde, my favorite law too.
Clyde's sleeping. He's with 2.0 right now.
It's late right now, guys.
Yeah.
Let's give Clyde Clyde is actually sending a message. He may not be asleep. Great to see my pet lawyer.
Thank you, Clyde.
Dehako says, happy belated birthday, Andrew. Thank you for all the legal education for the masses. Thank you. I give the people what they want as their dear leader. They only have to give me their blind obedience and never question me. That's all. Repton says, so doubly legal-minded. Thank you. Sea Lion Prime says, did you guys comment already on Bada Panada, aka Douchebag Supreme, fleeing Argentina to Uruguay? So I don't know or care about this dude, but you probably know more than I do, Sean. So I mean,
wait, what's he doing?
He fled Argentina to Uruguay? Or
fled Argentina to Uruguay?
I don't even know.
I don't know. Uruguay had a unique solution for the communists as well. So
I don't think it's going to help him. Although I do know Uruguay, I don't think does extradition. So I think that's what he was thinking.
I mean,
he looked at a map and
what's he got problems with in Argentina for?
He's being sued. I think there's a lawsuit there or something else or criminal. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if it's criminal, I mean, I'd be careful about like if you're on a continent and you're worried about extradition, get off that continent is like the easiest first answer.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure Uruguay and Argentina, they're not like, they're broskies. I mean, like,
right.
You know, that's like if you're in Argentina, you run to Chile, like you're like right next door still.
And particularly if there are individuals in Argentina that are going to be mad at you, they can just come across the border. Or they've got an uncle in Montevideo, and you know, like I would follow the Sean and be.
A bunch of German guys have found out that it's not that safe in South America.
I don't know what you're talking about. Guy says we need to get your seed into Pippa or Kirsha to preserve your bloodline. What? You guys are degenerate, you VTuber fans. Music, although you've done a lot of collaborations with Kirsha, right?
Well, we did a couple, yeah, because she was all about Brian Koberger, and then I had to text her. I'm like, I got really bad news. Brian Koberger pled out. She's like, no, she got so sad.
Dude, Sean, everybody who like went full send on that, I feel so bad for them. They were so geared up to make that the next trial. That was gonna be like the Depp versus her trial of the century. Like, and it just flopped for those people. I feel so bad, like Andrea and everybody else. They spent so much time on it.
Especially because Andrea lives right there too.
She would have been. That was her. Her moment, her Rittenhouse moment, right? Yeah, would have been that.
Yeah, that was just like it was such a bummer.
Letty for 1999 says Kim Jong accent. 49% Rigo Ricksucker fan. 51% sandwich Rini Rayer. Can you ask who Sean prays to go away?
I mean, well, we pray the gray away on my channel. Yeah. When you get the memberships and you get all the names green, we pray the gray away.
I just got my hair color for the first time. I was convinced by a certain someone to go do it.
I can't do it. It's too late now.
It's full set. No. Just own it at a certain point. Just own it. The Music and Fiction says squash humanity return to squash. Thank you. Fat Hacker for 2 Oz says degenerate R34.
Well, there really is a Rule 34 in the rule.
Yeah, guys, like I'm not making up. What is Rule 34 legally speaking? Rule 34 relates to Discovery, right? Production of Discovery. So I can just pull this up like like the basic one. This is let's see here, guys. We're not making these things up, and we're not intentionally trying to be degenerate. Also, like so here it is. It's from the LLI, whatever. With our producing documents, electronically stored information, and tangible things for inspection or other purposes. So a party may serve upon another party a request within Rule 26 to produce documents, and then it gives you a list of the documents. Blah blah blah. So it is a discovery thing. Once again, guys, this is why civil procedure is a class, and this is why it is something that the best trial attorneys are amazing at procedure. So especially in civil court. So it
is, and it's when you get to criminal stuff, the rules are a lot more straightforward. In civil, and the problem is in criminal law, if the rules get especially on the defense side, and you kind of bend the rules or things don't work out, there's always like, okay, we'll let you slide on that. In civil court, if you don't do it right, sorry counsel, you better call your malpractice provider.
Yep. Let's see here. Red Knight says, happy birthday to both of you. Love the content, Andrew. Keep working on shutting down the nuisance streams. I will, although I will say I'm going to focus on only the big legal updates. We may have this little teaser. I'm hearing rumors about Vitaly having a settlement, but I'm really not going to cover it until I see an official statement that it's settled. I'm not going to speculate. So I think in the past I might have done a little bit of speculation, and I want to be very careful about only giving official updates. Once again, I want to make sure I'm objective and I'm giving you guys the right information. And sometimes there are sources throughout the course of my coverage that have told me things, and I have not reported on them because they are not accurate, right? So that's just out there. I'm also going to try to be a little bit more objective about stuff because I try to be fair. I don't want to, let people think that Vitaly, and I never did, let people think that Vitaly was going to be in the Philippines for 100 years. But there was a point at which we thought he might be there for 5 or 2 or something like that. Yeah. And he has been there for, I think, almost a year now. I have to go back and check the clock. He's been there a couple
of months.
It's been a couple of months at least. He might get to a year. Maybe, he's there for a year. Okay, I think that's fine. I think he, at least it shows that, hey, there was a consequence to the action. And I do hope he's reformed, and I hope he learns, and I hope
the last round of pictures of him. Ooh.
Yeah, but I hope he grew from it. I don't wish ill on Vitaly. I don't hate Vitaly. I just the thing with nuisance streamers, all of them, even Somali, is they need to learn that there are certain boundaries, and you should not be crossing those boundaries.
Yeah, well, the way Vitaly looked, all like the way he looked like he shed all his weight because he's not juicing up. It looks like he looks like a guy who's been partially broken. Like I think he realized like I don't want to be here anymore.
Good. Well, not in a good way, but bad and good, right? You need to have a moment in which you learn a lesson. You have introspection, and you say, hey, look, I shouldn't be doing this, right? Like Shawshank is a great movie because it's like, there is redemption. You can have, a start again. And if he really is gotten to that point, I wish him a better life. And, I hope he goes out there and creates positive content for people and becomes a good example, Lone Star Medic says, I know who one of the mods is. Okay. Whether or not that's true,
Samantha Heidelberg. Did you get that?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. Is that a joke? I didn't get that joke.
It was Sam Hyde joke.
Oh, he
just like every
away with it.
Just like every active shooter, Sam Hyde.
Yeah, the Ghost of Kiev, right? The Ghost of Kiev.
Yes, that too.
Shepherd's Gaming Run says HPD potentially legally criminal minds. That's actually a good potentially legally. Okay.
Potentially legally, it still sounds criminal.
For the cough drop fund, thank you for the 298 Singapore. Torgo the White says, show the bathroom barrister, the Clyde game. He's sleeping.
No, there's a game. One of my mods put together a game because Nick talking about being a fat man eating sandwiches.
Yes.
So
Danielle showed me that. That was really cute.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So
is it real? It's a playable game?
Yeah, I'll play it right now.
Okay, this is pretty cool. Also, Felzu says happy birthday, Sean.
Oh, well, thank you, Felzu. Yeah,
okay,
it's my dog, and he's got little. There's a killdozer in the background, and Nick is so worried about me eating sandwiches, so my dog makes me sandwiches.
This is adorable. This is the type of thing, when somebody hates on you, you should just go back and make it something like you own like this, and it's absolutely great. This is fantastic. This is fantastic.
Well, this was done by one of my this was done by Maddie B, one of the guys in my chat put this together.
So skilled.
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
Is the order of the sandwich? Oh, no, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter. No, and there's a whole. It's got a whole soundtrack, and like he shows up in different outfits, so like he'll be an astronaut or. All kinds of stuff.
This is really cool.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's easier on a cell phone because the screen's a lot smaller, so you don't have to go as far.
Yeah.
And then like if you go long enough, you'll start seeing oh come on, where's that? There you go. There's a Baldo. You got to catch a Baldo.
Oh wait, well where's the Baldo? I missed the Baldo.
Hold on, I'll show you again when it drops.
You're late and gay in how many seconds? What?
It slows you down. It's a countdown timer if you catch the Baldos.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Hold on here. There's another Baldo.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh man.
On all the goo.
Oh no! Is that what I think it is?
Yes, it is.
Oh no! Okay, this is too hot for TV. We gotta.
Sandwich right here. But thank Maddie for that. It was great.
Okay, guys. There's so much like lore in that LawTube lore in that one game that if you guys need to brush up on that, you're gonna need to do some research. But that said, this is the awesome thing about audiences. They can do really cool things.
Yes.
Ret Knight says objectivity is a key to any legal proceeding. I think that you're the most objective, truthful, and accurate YouTube legalist I've seen. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We really try to be. We have our own opinions, and sometimes we're not infallible, right? Like I've been wrong about stuff. Sean's been wrong about stuff, but we give our best attempt to give you what we think is honest and what we, from our perspective, is going to happen in these cases. And I think that we tend to be closer than further away. We tend to be more accurate than not, right? And also, if you get us in a chat together, and also the other lawyers, like if we pulled in Kurt or Nate in here, we'd probably more agree than disagree. I'm sure there'd be some minor disagreement on this, but yeah. Oh, this is a good one. T-Rex says, "Is this the fat guy Ricada yelled at?" Lol, JK, y'all are both awesome.
Yes. Yeah, that's I still, if you'd have told me that's how Mr. Medicare would know who I am as, I wouldn't have believed you that Jim Medicare would know who I am.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what he said. I think it was the casino was talking to him. He's like, "Is that the fat guy Nick yelled at?"
Sean gets super chats too, and he's fat. There you go.
Thanks.
These are because some of these are coming from Sean's channel, some of them from my channel. I'm just reading them all. Happy 41st birthday, Sean.
40th, not 41st.
The Chud Bucket said, "Hello, comrades." Hello, Chud Bucket. Good luck on your channel. Good luck on your channel. I know you DM me about it, so good luck just with YouTube. The one thing I tell a lot of aspiring YouTubers: don't give up, keep going, and always improve. Okay.
Yeah.
Pete C says for 5, Rule 34 of the internet is also about discovery.
Yeah, very much so. When you think about it.
I hate you guys. Showro says, "Got a question. Could insanity plea actually be applied?" No, it's a legit legal question. If you think it's a joke, legal mindset, Q Kazuna AI. Wait, no, you're trying to trap me into queuing clips. This is your trap card. This is your trap card. And I will not indulge you with the anime girls responding to your bullshit. No. Wait. I'll give you a different clip. Not you thought you were smart. Enigma Crunch says, "Why can the Reddit mods proceed as John does? Shouldn't they reveal their identities to prove they are the owner?" That's what we're kind of saying.
At some point they will, but it's kind of like the whole Pixie Destiny thing. She is a Jane Doe for now, but also more importantly, like that one's a little different because Destiny knows who she is, and he probably knows her. He talks to her, knows her real name and all that. This one's going to be different.
In Destiny's case, and with Pixie, like they both can understand why she wants to be private, and they both are willing to respect that privacy. In Ethan's case, at the core of this is unveiling and unmasking the Reddit mods and the Discord mods. That is central to the lawsuit because they are operating in anonymity and thinking they can get away with whatever they want in anonymity. And as we all well know, and I think many people are going to realize that internet anonymity is not really as much of a thing as they think it is, right?
Yes.
So, like, just be understanding that eventually everyone's information will get revealed. A Mercenary 21 says, "Happy birthday. Be ready for USA court stuff." Yeah. Shimazu says, "Rule 34 discovery, bending the rules." Other stuff. Kathy Swan says, "It's not gray hair. They're wisdom highlights. I'm very wise." By the way, happy birthday, Sean. And Scott.
Thank you.
Jaden says, "Klein is trying to serve Empanada, but he keeps moving." Oh, really? Oh, it's a civil lawsuit. So he's trying to serve Empanada, but Empanada keeps moving. Well, I mean, eventually he's going to get hit, right? So he's going to get a judgment in some jurisdiction, and at some point he's going to run out of countries he can move to, right? There is a point at which you've been served in enough countries that as soon as you enter that country in transit, you're going to be like pulled over and given this, right? Like it's not, running around the world is not an infinite solution to their problem.
Yeah, I mean, it does in the countries where you won't have treaties or accords or international agreements in place where you can enforce judgments against him. It's very much like extradition. If you don't want to get extradited, you're gonna have to go to a country, and the countries that you can't get extradited from are really, really bad freaking places to live. And the places you can avoid service are not gonna be places you're gonna want to hang out in.
Because so the thing is about that is like some countries do not respect foreign judgments. That's true. However, you can go and get a judgment in a local court. So you can go into that local court and get a judgment there, and that judgment will be enforceable within that country, right? So that's the issue you're going to face. And Ethan Klein has enough money to do this.
Yeah, but I mean, even let's say Bad Empanada could move to like Sudan, where he can't get served with anything. Nothing can ever happen to him. You're not living in Sudan. Like that's the problem.
North or south? Regular, full or extra crispy? Like which one? Like,
which John Joey do you get to deal with? But no, it's just the countries where you can hide are countries you are going to be awful. They're going to be crappy places to live.
I mean, it's just not going to be the place you want to go, right? Yeah. I mean, most Western people are not going there. Frogan and Sean separated at birth.
Fighting words.
Kitchen Knife Rescue said, "I sharpened wits once, ended up with half of one." Buy a hijab and cosplay Frogan, Sean. Mercer says, "Any word if Medica is dead or kicking?" No, I heard he's still alive. I heard the people confirmed he's
still alive. Kirsha said he's alive, so that's good enough for me.
I believe Kirsha. I believe the Fox girl. The Spicy Cat. And no, not Ethan Klein. Bigger stuff is coming. Oh, trust me. Oh, guys, this year is going to be huge in legal news. Like, it's going to be big. Joe CPA says Uruguay does have extradition and mutual legal assistance agreement with the U.S. Bad empanada is cooked. That's actually a good, cooking the empanada. That's, okay. Yeah, there you go. I thought they didn't, but I guess I might have been thinking on outdated info. Shimazu Takuma says, here's a fun for a shot glass for Sean Andrews' birthday. Stay happy and healthy, both of you. May the channel stay relevant until retirement. Yeah, I do. I just have a little bit of cough here. It's been going around. Some people I know have had it. But I take it easy. I'm probably going to do no stream tomorrow. I'll probably take a break, do maybe like a fast facts. And going forward, I think I said this on my birthday stream, but I'll say it again. I'm going to be kind of streaming only like 2 or 3 times a week. So it's more of an event that's built up, maybe a collaboration, right? I have a very long PT, actually a PowerPoint, right? But I'm going to be doing a lot more of my shorter videos because they let me be more flexible. I know you like the PT. Everyone loves the PT. People are really into my PT, which I never thought would be a thing. But, what can I say?
You're telling yourself the surgeon of you this. People all over the world are going to, hammer for you.
They will. They all want it. One day at a time says, what kind of consequences are the mods looking at? That's a good question. So, extremely high fines, of course, right?
Statutory damages and being doxxed.
I think the damages are bad, right? So all the parties, Denim, Skate, Strong, Krogan, they're all facing monetary damages that are in the 6 figures. I think we're pretty solid on that one, right? Because the statutory damages are 150K, and then they're going to have more on top of that. So probably in the 200 at least. So you've got that. And then you've got their doxing, and then you've got the social consequences of this. So Reddit and Discord are certainly going to purge these people out. So they're going to be cut off of their communities. There are going to be changes within Reddit and Discord as a result of this, right? This may be the end of snark Reddits because of this very sort of thing, where they may change radically in how they look, right? So a lot of these things may have knock-on effects that go down the line for both of these platforms, Reddit and Discord. Because all of these communities that are dedicated to hating are going to know that they can now be exposed. And that at the end of the day, because think about how many Discord and Reddit communities are dedicated to just hating people and doing nasty stuff. That's going to open up what we call a floodgate of litigation. I hate that my water's empty here. A floodgate of litigation against these communities, because I've already had people asking me, can I sue X, can I sue Y, can I sue Z? And some of it's like, hey, wait for this lawsuit because this may open the door, especially as to copyright infringement.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
And once again, there's a lot more challenges for defamation. People ask me for defamation all the time. In fact, someone asked me for, can I sue the farms for defamation privately just now? And I'm like, you should really go research the previous cases and know before you sue, right? Because a lot of people run to sue and they don't know the history, right?
Well, there's that, but it's also, what did they really say about? Well, I'm not trying to sit here and say I'm a standing for the farms, but what did they? The idea is the farm. Most people are mad at the farms because it's just a catalog of everything you've said or did. That's not defamation.
Correct. However, there are instances in which there are things that are said or narratives that are made up that are false, in which that could be defamation, right? Could be. It's case by case basis, right? Case by case basis. Hicka said for gifted five legal mindset memberships. Thank you so much. Also, guys, remember to give Sean some love and drop some memberships over there. Philip Coggin says, you mean you don't want to hide in Digibooty? I think the only thing that would be hiding in Digibooty is your sanity. Sleazy says, Jim confirmed alive. We are so back.
Oh, yeah.
Copy Kitty said, happy birthday, boys. I enjoy watching you both. Learning the law has become entertaining again.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you. To the Singha budget, thank you for 45 baht the Gyan Defense Force. Kopun Kop, as they say over here. Mercenary says, when Jim dies, I need to honor him. Why are we wishing for Jim's death? Can we not do that? When Jim dies, I need to honor him via Monty Python funeral, a la John Cleese to Graham Chapman. Jim went nothing less than the best. Okay, it's fair. Okay, that's a good spirit. All right. I'll allow it. Shem Pasta said, happy birthday, fellas. Always great content. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Deha said, my bad for not realizing it's Sean's birthday too. No, it's all good. I'm happy you share the birthday stream.
Yeah.
Estella Stevens gave me a new member, and SP Sellers gifted 5 potentially criminal.
Thank you.
Membership.
Thank you very much, Sellers.
Just tune in when you talk about the Frogan extension. I've talked about that. So Frogie extended. You heard about that, right? Which
isn't a big deal. It's normal. Yeah.
No, but she was about to get a default judgment, and I can say this, right? It was smart for her not to go down that road of having to quash a default judgment. That would be stupid of her.
I honestly just think it was her attorney was like, I'll get to it. As long as you take care of it before the time runs out, you can always just like the last day get something sorted out. Like that's not you shouldn't ever do that because you don't want to tempt fate. Like you're on you get in a car accident the day you're supposed to talk to counsel and it's the last day of the deadline. You should take care of it ahead of time, but it sounds like her attorney or they weren't really worried about it. They just waited till the last minute, but them agreeing to time is normal.
So the attorney dealt with the timing of the response the way that Frogan deals with the timing of a diet. That is right when her doctor says your heart is 99% blocked. You need to do this or you're going to die.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, but no, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, and you know, it is the professional courtesy. You say sure, take your time. They're in no rush because it doesn't change your position. And then also later on, if Ethan needs something from Frogan, he can ask for it. And here's the thing: if Ethan said no, I object. You know what they do? They go to the judge and say, "Judge, we tried to ask them, they wouldn't give it to us." And the judge say, "Okay, fine. Here's 45 days, 60 days, whatever you need." So there's no point in fighting like that.
Got it. Lucas said, as someone who doesn't live a public life, how do you deal with bad actors who present you in a false negative light? It seems grating. I'll let Sean answer first, and then I'll.
I mean, well, it depends on who it is, but I mean, just in general, Harvey Keitel in Reservoir Dogs said it best: "Piss on these fucking turds." I mean, most of these people they can eat a dick up till they hiccup. I don't get too worried about it. You know, it is what it is.
Overall, that zen that he just said, don't worry about it, it is what it is generally my attitude. But what he said in the beginning is true too. It depends who it is, because if it's another content creator who's, especially one who's bigger than me or the same size, well, then sometimes I merit a response to it. But I do try to measure my response and understand that, you know, I'm trying to be entertaining, objective, and fun, and sometimes you can go too far when responding to someone, and I don't genuinely.
I've done that myself.
I've done it too in the past, and I try to do better in the future, right? But you know, because a lot of content creators are getting into defamation now, and they're defaming each other. And I think that's going too far. We don't need to defame each other. We can just say, hey, look, I disagree with your point, right? This is wrong factually or legally or whatever else, right? Like, or from my perspective, this is wrong, without having to say, and you're a felon, right? I don't need to say, and you're a felon, when it's not true, when I know that's
or
not
your
true.
PDF file,
But the point is, that's the crime, right? So you're accusing someone of being a criminal, which is defamation, right? Like per se defamation.
Yeah, and even when it's not exactly that defamation, when you start fighting with people at times, there's times where you get all gassed up and you're like, I'm gonna fucking burn them down. And you think you send out a scorching hot tweet, or you say something online and you're just like, fuck, it felt good. And then after a while you get done, you're like, well, that was the gayest thing I've done this month.
Yeah.
You're like, I really did not do that.
Because you look at yourself and you're like, yeah, this doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Olga said, you said yesterday, check your Twitter. I didn't see a message. Resend it because I didn't see anything. So resend it. I literally did not see it. Mar Hockman says, I've been there. There are deeks in Djibouti. I don't know what that is. What?
You got to be careful about Djibouti anyway, because the Americans and the Chinese are both there. So like, you're not really safe there.
So you've got two people trying to get Djibouti.
Yeah, and they're right down the street from each other.
Oh man. Mystery Sniper says, J-Rock Law is not something, and he likes the feeling from the true girlfriend. It's not true. What?
It's not true.
I have no idea what's going on there.
They're fighting. They love each other.
Shimazu Takuma says, please add the audio on the FF this time. Yeah, I deleted that one. There's no proof that I ever scuffed the video. Okay?
I was listening to that at first, and I was like, did I turn off the sound on my cell phone?
Okay. Jim lives forever. There you go. Happy birthday. Glad you got back to serious fast facts. Thank you. Hank says, gifted 5 pension terminal memberships. Thank you
for the support. I appreciate it.
Mixlonian says, speaking of KF, in Bad Bananas thread, there's an old deleted channel intro of his. He has a twig thin arms and a bloated flabby gut in it. He hates it. Wait, what? Yeah, well, I'm not trying to like dig up old stuff and go after weird random.
He's a commie. He's already cringe anyway. Like,
and once again, I don't care. I don't even give a shit about his political beliefs. I'm just like, you know, and I know that he's a Hassan orbiter. I know he doesn't like me, whatever. But I don't care. He joined the club. There's a million people who don't like me. Okay, take a ticket.
And then, speaking of Hassan orbiters, the Houthi Luffy,
the Timothy Chalamet. Yeah.
He wants to sue Ethan, and I'm like,
what do you think about that? I did a fast facts on it, but what do you think about it?
I didn't see that, but I mean, he admits, he's like, I've been on the boat with the hostages. You're like, you sound like you're in a terrorist group, brother. They don't just let anybody do that.
He's a public figure, right? So he's undisputably a public figure, right? So he's going to get the New York Times versus Sullivan. It must be malicious.
Even if he's not a public figure, let's say he's a private person. How did you get on that boat? Do they just let everybody on that boat?
Hold on 1 second. Let me just share the screen just so you guys know what we're talking about. Like, literally, so this is him. He takes a photo on the way to the boat, and he goes on this boat, which is hijacked. But here's him on the left, carrying it in garb with the AK, the whole set out there, kitted out, filming with the group. So if you are kitted out like this, like, I think it is a reasonable presumption by a reasonable person looking at these photos to say you are affiliated with them in some way. Even if you haven't pledged their official rights or whatever, you are cool enough with them that you are, even if you're not an official and unofficial member, an affiliate. So it is not an unreasonable assumption to say that you could be a terrorist, right? It is possible you are a terrorist.
Yeah, what would the average person think? I mean, have fun convincing a jury, look, I'm not really a terrorist.
It doesn't matter if the AK is fake. The point is, if you're trying to cosplay a terrorist,
he's looking like a badass. He's not doing that. He's not at the airsoft field.
Right.
You know, right. He's clearly showing I'm down with the cause.
And it's not something that's fake. It's not like he's doing like, you know, it's not like he's doing. Yeah, he's cosplaying like Walking Dead or something like that, and he's a zombie. Obviously, zombies aren't real, right? This is something very, very real. So you should not be pretending to be that, particularly for cred online, right? So if that's your model, is I'm going to pretend to be a terrorist, or I'm going to pretend to be part of this group, pretend to be hard, pretend to be a badass, to collect internet clout, like that's what you accept. Being called a terrorist, you can't get the sexiness of being the sexy terrorist and then not get the terrorist label when it's a bad thing, right? That doesn't work.
And Hassan even called him a Houthi rebel. It's like, well, you know, and you didn't correct him. You're okay with it when the guy's like, some moronic guy's like, oh, I think you're so cool.
Right, and you liked that, so you took it. But when another guy criticizes you, you don't like that, and that's you gotta have it both ways. That's just what it is.
Some Robin in my chat says it's Mr. Beast would be like 100 days cosplaying as a terrorist in Yemen.
Estella Stevens, become a new member. Welcome. Sure, Rose. So play yourself. Legal Mind said I was being serious. And Alter says, what is your opinion on the death of Sanguinius? Do you want my real opinion on that? Sanguinius is one of the few characters that can't be brought back. If they bring him back, I would not read anymore.
I don't know how they could bring him back.
They cannot bring him back.
Like it wouldn't work. Like what they've done so far. I mean, when I first heard all of this, I was like, okay, I don't know if I like this. But so far, it seems like the lore they've made the lore work.
Yeah, I don't think they should bring back. Sanguinius can't come back, and I don't think they should bring back Dorn either.
No.
Right?
No,
I know some people want them to bring back Dorn. They should not. Yeah.
So having Gilliman back makes sense because he was in stasis. Makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and,
you can, that's like saying like you're bringing Sigmar back. Like he disintegrated. Like you can't be like, oh, it just the sand blows back in. He's like, I'm back.
Mr. Melancholy for one, thank you. Red Knight 1322 for 10 Legal Minds and membership.
Come on, that wasn't that dorky.
No, I love it. I love it. I know. I love Warhammer. We could, but the problem is we could make this into a Warhammer lore stream in like 2 seconds, and I'm cutting myself off manually to not do that. Hey, Stugs, DKK 45. Hey, Andrew and Sean, happy birthday. Love what you do. Thanks for being awesome. Thank you. And on that note, I think that's a good place to wrap it here. It's late at night for Sean, and I've got a lot of stuff to do. So it's been an amazing stream. It's been amazing back. Sean, do you have anything coming up that you want to tell people about?
I mean, we're getting ready to do. Oh no, I messed up. It's it was Malkador. That was, God, I feel like a fucking idiot saying that.
Oh, Malkador.
Yeah, that's why I was like, he hopped on the throne for the Emperor. He held it down for a little while. He minded the store.
Yes,
and he killed him. But no, getting ready. There's a lot of stuff with Sig Sauer and the P320 pistol.
Oh yes, in Washington, right?
Well, there's that, but also somebody who used to work there, their patent got published where it's like, this patent fixes all the shit that's wrong with the gun, and it's like entirely redesign of parts. And then there's another lawsuit where the attorney kind of like redacted things, but he didn't redact them all. Like, oops, I didn't redact them all the way. So if you use like Adobe, you could peel off the redactions and read everything that was covered up. 6 hours in a lot of trouble right now.
Is this big enough to like wreck them or?
Oh yeah, this is. I mean, if the military quits using their guns, that's gonna kill them. And then, if all this stuff comes out in the public, I just don't see how they survive very long. All the police departments start dumping them. Yeah, they're gonna be toast. So we'll see.
We'll stay tuned for that one.
Also, Valve is in big trouble now too.
That is very true.
Did
That's
you see
another
that?
good one. Yes.
It's so funny.
Yes. I think I'm going to be doing one because I really wanted to get into the digital ID stuff. So I'm like thinking about that, preparing like a larger presentation on that.
Yeah.
I know there may be some updates. I'm going to see whether or not the Vitali stuff is true. So I'll get you guys that information. Next week is the Somali trial. So I'll be doing, just a stream on that actual trial day. And I've got some other topics that I'm cooking up in secret for you guys.
Is your reporting team going to be there for that?
Yes. So they will be there. So what I'll be doing is someone will be in the courtroom giving a live play-by-play to me, which I'll be doing live. So I'm probably the only person who's going to be doing the live reporting, which is cool, right? So that's my unique little spin there. Sean, can you check your Discord DMs? Okay.
Yes, I'll take a look.
Reddit says someone dressed like that just become a target of strategic strike. And Sanguinius is simply Alfarius. Okay, well now we're getting just
Also, guys know that the Steam thing is not about the credit cards; it's about their arbitration.
Yes.
They're in a lot of trouble.
Yes. Okay, guys, listen. Until next time, take care and stay based, and we will catch y'all later. Peace.
You are hoping the ceiling. You just can't believe what you see.
Well, that was Lego Mindset video or stream. О том, который изменил спорт.
В 1968 году в Финляндии была найдена могила, предположительно, женщины, похороненной с мечом. Многие восприняли это как подтверждение того, что средневековая Финляндия была страной победившего равноправия. Скептики же предполагали, что это была парная могила и меч на самом деле принадлежал какому-то мужчине. Но последние исследования выдвигают более любопытную версию. Анализ ДНК из останков показал, что, скорее всего, у человека в могиле были XXY хромосомы. При таком синдроме человек скорее мужчина, но возможен низкий уровень тестостерона, неопускание яичек, рост молочной железы и низкая либидо. Интересно, как бы отреагировали древние финны, узная они о его кариотипе. Позволили бы этому человеку быть воином или повели бы себя не слишком толерантно. В 1968 году в Финляндии была найдена могила
Lily Alexandra, why are they yellow?
It's hard trying to start your life at a time like this. In a world afflicted by war crimes and fascist takeovers, every young person I know is asking themselves one question. Which heart emoji should I be using? Even as wages stagnate and future prospects dwindle, today's youth are endowed with an embarrassment of emoji, as many as 3,800 depending how you count them, no fewer than 45 of which represent hearts. There are gifted hearts, beating hearts, hearts that heal, hearts that break, hearts to grieve, hearts to promote your creator-owned streaming service. Use code Lily Alexander for 40% off, by the way. For as long as I can remember, I've been a purple heart girly. They have a gentleness about them that I really dig. But recently, I've begun to worry this might give people the impression that I support the troops, so I think a change is in order. The obvious replacement for me is yellow. It's my favorite color, it's friendly and enthusiastic, so I've been trying it out here and there, and sometimes it works perfectly, but there's been this thing nagging at me. As soon as the yellow heart is shown next to any other emoji, its bright hue takes on a different meaning. This is the color of flesh. When paired with a smiley, frown, or sigh that shares its color, the yellow heart ceases to be an abstract representation of love and suddenly becomes a physical heart that used to be inside someone's body. Someone might have died so that I could use this emoji. Someone might be dying every time. I try to make myself forget, set my phone to black and white, shut myself off from love. But at random points in the day, the extent of the world's cruelty pierces through all the layers, and I'm raw to it again. Suddenly, I find myself sobbing in some public bathroom stall, asking, what gives them the right? Presumably, this is all down to the emoji I'm using, so I want to understand, no, we need to understand how things got so bad. Over the past 18 months, I have read dozens of books on tech history, media critique, and color theory to try to understand why, on every major operating system, the default skin tone is yellow, a color nobody is, but one that can't quite be called neutral either. My research into this topic has led me to some dark places and startling discoveries. It became clear that everyone from TV networks to insurance companies spend a lot of money keeping the story under wraps. We'll get there, don't worry. For now, I'll say, if you think this started with emoji, you couldn't be more wrong. This goes all the way to the top. I won't lie to you folks. Making this video almost killed me. Since starting my work, I've faced legal threats, had my house swatted by Disney executives, and narrowly escaped what can only be described as a reverse Luigi Mangione situation. But it was worth it. It was all worth it, because I made it here today to recount my account of encounters, cultural, countercultural, and countercultural, with that crown jewel of chroma. Yellow. Let's start from the beginning. The first smiley face was invented roughly 4 billion years ago when an anonymous asteroid crashed into the surface of Mars. After that, the smiley face entered something of a quiet period until 1963, when an American insurance company noticed that its employees were absolutely miserable, presumably from spending the best years of their lives defrauding widows and cancer patients. Now, the decent thing to do would be to disband and put themselves at the mercy of God, but instead, they put themselves at the mercy of this guy, a small-time graphic designer named Harvey Ball, who they tasked with creating a design that could boost morale around the office. As the story goes, Ball grabbed the nearest piece of paper, which happened to be yellow, doodled a happy little guy on it, and that's all there was to it. Woof. The company paid him $45 for his work and put on buttons that they gave out to their employees, so that even when a bleary-eyed claims worker was informing you there would be no payout for your husband's fatal crash, you could look down, see a smile, and feel like everything was going to turn out okay. There's no way Harvey Ball invented this depiction of a smiling person. It's very intuitive and shows up all over the place. But Ball's drawing in the early 60s arrived at the perfect moment for a simple design to be distributed widely. By the dawn of the next decade, his take on the smiley was everywhere, not just on buttons, but on badges, bracelets, bumper stickers, beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Job's not on board.
A few years after Harvey Ball died, a museum in his hometown staged a show commemorating the smiley and offering some context for its popularity.
Wallace credits the design's success to Americans' search for a simple positive after a decade characterized by assassination, a controversial war, race riots, and general social upheaval. People are looking for something different, he said.
Nowadays, the better part of a century removed from the 60s, I noticed people have started to associate the smiley face with the hippie movement. This is way off, and frankly, it makes me sick. The smiley was not a counterculture symbol. It found its fans among people who wanted to escape the negative vibes coming off anti-war protests, the civil rights movement. In keeping with that, its yellow color has nothing to do with building a post-racial future and everything to do with creating a mood that benefits the white business-owning class. Its relentless positivity solves nothing and offers nothing. Instead, it tells us we already have everything we need. In short, this is the face of a scab. Once this image was everywhere, it wasn't long before people started to recognize a sinister, domineering quality in it. It was so simple, and its motives so transparent. Parodies rolled in quickly. Mad Magazine put it on their cover, Talking Heads used it as the art for their single, Psycho Killer. Most famously, the Watchmen series is set in motion by the death of a character named the Comedian, a fascist war criminal who wears a smiley button in what's barely even a metaphor for the symbol's use during the Vietnam War. It's basically just what happened. Still, its popularity persisted because something about it is, plainly, nice to look at. Picture working in a cramped office with low popcorn ceilings, spending your days making people's lives harder. When you go to the bathroom to splash some water in your face, you look into the mirror, and the only thing not the color of cigarette tar is that big yellow button, the size, shape, and color of the sun. Wouldn't your eyes dart to it reflexively? Wouldn't you take that little hit of relief regardless of its source? If a government was handing out these pins, we'd be quick to call it authoritarian. There would be so many parallels to reach for in the cultural canon. Double plus good, shiny happy people holding hands. For one reason or another, we're not primed to use that kind of language for companies. Under neoliberalism, their authority over our lives, even down to which emotions we're allowed to feel, is always legitimate.
Lily?
Yeah?
You used the word again?
Yeah. all these connotations carried over into the design of the next iconic use of yellow skin in Legos. Is this one of those things where people are going to be like, oh, the plural of Lego is Lego? Honestly, I am sorry. It's just been really hard for me lately. The first Lego minifigures rolled out in 1975, and they were generic in more than just skin tone. They didn't have any faces, or for that matter, any moving parts. The Lego group says that they were designed this way in accordance with key values that include unlimited play possibilities for girls and for boys, and imagination. They wanted all children to be able to look at these toys and see themselves or anything else they wanted. I kind of love how much these designs leave to the imagination. This one could be a newspaper vendor or a marching band leader. These could be pants or a skirt. This guy, straight up naked for all I care. From one angle, this is the opposite of Harvey Ball's cloying, vapid stare. A little yellow guy that doesn't ask you to feel or behave a certain way. That is, until 1978.
That's where the trouble began. That smile. That damn smile.
Suddenly, Lego wasn't about unlimited possibilities, it was about control. It was about performing a clean-cut white picket life in the suburbs. It's about waking up in the morning, driving an hour to work, coming home to watch TV, and never encountering a single thing that makes you feel a real emotion, like anger or shame. What, you think play should be fun? Please. Play should be about catharsis. Play should be about processing the trauma of failed revolutions while moving through a hub world that's so confusing, but the story is really interesting and the characters have this crazy sexual tension despite all kind of being the same person. Play is about spending 2 real-life months trudging through lifetimes of grief and only realizing at the very end, with like an hour of gameplay to go, that there's a button that lets you run. That's how play should feel. The children should suffer as I've suffered. Now those cronies over at Corporate HQ will tell you they chose this design because everyone relates to it, but let's be honest, this is a white guy. This is several specific white guys I have known. And to be fair, it is almost impossible to design a truly generic human. When you picture someone who doesn't have a race or gender, your mind probably goes to the people who aren't marked by racism or sexism because their traits are treated as default. This will have you overlook the fact that bald is a haircut and one mostly worn by men and 20-year-old lesbians, and that light yellow is a lot closer to light pink than it is to dark brown. Actually, that might let Lego off too easy. They'll tell you that yellow was chosen because it's racially neutral, but if that's true, why did their first black minifigure, Lando Calrissian, co-star alongside a yellow Anakin and Padme? If it's a universal line of toys, why are almost all of the non-yellow minifigures light pink? Someone is lying here, and they won't get away with it.
Hey Lily, some mail came for you.
Okay, gross. Do we know his name?
Here.
Gotcha. Okay. Medical bill, death threat. Oh, coupons. And then this one's from Denmark. Greetings, Lily. Thank you for your interest in our products. To begin, we at the LEGO Group would like to wish a happy Pride Month to you and all worldwide. At this point, I'll take it. While the LEGO Group's official stance is that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, we recognize that representation is an important tool with which to unify the global proletariat. As such, we would appreciate you sharing the following statement with your audience. Okay? Over the past decade, the LEGO Group has doubled down on our commitment to represent the full spectrum of human experience. You will be pleased to know that our offering of darker-skinned characters has more than doubled since 2010, now representing more than a quarter of non-yellow minifigures. Our recent lines commemorating women's football and the Lunar New Year have been lauded for smashing the proverbial yellow brick ceiling, but this is only the beginning. Look forward to our upcoming set honoring the struggle for national democracy in the Philippines. Yours in solidarity, LEGO. What, so it's just fine now? This has never happened before. What am I supposed to do when everything is just fine? Our next culprit is the shambling corpse of America's greatest cultural export. The Simpsons are associated with yellow skin for obvious reasons, but to say it's the default skin color on the show would be not wrong, but loaded. Dr. Hibbert is a natural brown, Apu is orange-brown. The show actually features a pretty wide array of skin tones, with this particular shade of yellow only ever deployed for characters coded as white people. Yellow is the lack of race in Springfield, only to the extent that white is the lack of race here in the global north. Its residents can either be normal or brown.
It strikes me as a sub.
Maintain the tax hit to animate Kazakhstan to the node state listing for 10 seconds. If any squad member triggers assault, assault damage is a chance to trigger critical hit. Jane's assault damage. Anomaly proficiency. .16 times 3 sound. Wait, I'm already at 99.36. Wait. I'm already at 100% crit rate. That is after the first attribute anomaly a squad member. I think I need to upgrade the third weapon Gemini. Or even more weapon Geminis. Physical damage. Whenever a squad member reflects assault, the equiper deals additional damage to the target for 12 seconds. Whenever a squad member inflicts assault on an enemy, for 12 seconds increased damage. Mhm. 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 Jane's physical anomaly build-up rate is increased by 20%. And the enemy is already suffering from attribute anomaly. Physical anomaly build-up rate. Jane's physical anomaly.
Wanna be my research subject?
Now let's look at potential Sage gadget store.
Substitute for white. In the case of The Simpsons, they clearly seem to me to be a white family.
God damn, that is wild. I didn't notice that really. And actually, it's pretty sad because I mean, Simpsons is one of the longest standing cartoons. But I'm very curious as to what happened that made it so that those people that aren't white couldn't be yellow. Maybe they were scared of. No, like it really doesn't make any sense.
The Simpsons started out on a fledgling TV network in a very oversaturated market for cartoons, most of which never made it past their second season.
Having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
But if I don't need to stack anomaly proficiency, then you just dash attack. Stacks physical damage.
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy?
Mhm.
I can always give you some tips. Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
Anomaly mastery. Okay. More anomaly mastery.
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
That's after the fact.
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
There is nothing, completely nothing here that makes it really bad for Jane Doe. There's nothing here that makes it not work for Jane
Hey
Doe.
there, having trouble deciding.
I mean, this is way cooler, obviously. Increases anomaly mastery busy by 60, so it stacks faster.
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy?
Yeah.
I can always give you some tips.
Normally proficiency. Normally build up rate. Whatever that means. What is a normally build up rate?
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
Bullshit. Beautiful stuff.
I can always give you some tips.
Wait. Yeah.
I can always give you some tips.
Probably should have gotten it.
Hey there, having trouble deciding what to buy? I can always give you some tips.
Okay. You know what?
Hey
I'm
there,
gonna
having trouble deciding what to buy?
open them.
I can always give you some tips.
The stuff that I want to open.
Did you get what you were looking for?
And by stuff that I want to open, mean the optimizer. The endless optimizer in particular. Select optimizer. Here we go. Okay, let's just add the current disks.
Got a new ghost story to share?
Wanna be my research subject?
How do I even... Okay. Not Evelyn. 6. Other people call it Core 7. Anyway. Optimization. How about how can I clear a craft? The optimizer. GitHub. Is there anything we need help? Catch optimizer. Natalia. Margin. Okay, that's fine. Сели. That me. Expected damage rotation and player skills will change the final damage. Copy. One 6 3 version. Engine slot 2. Yes. Slot 3. What's her name? Yuzuha. Not Faith and Melody, but what's the protopunk? No, wait. Jazz, chaotic metal with 3 damage. Command Punk, no, the Shockstar Disco, Impact, for Rock Defense, Woodpecker Electra, Inferno Metal, no. Prefer Electra. Oh, Freedom Blues, finally. 30 AP. Okay. Окей, let's see. ЭП плюс 2, АП плюс 2, АП плюс 2, ЭП плюс 2, АП плюс 2. Everything has АП плюс 2. Plus 2. Why is my crit rate at 29%? Okay, that's me. $24. 670. Так, plus 2. Угу. Вот так. That percent plus 1. And 10 plus 2. Defense. Attack percent plus 1. I'm not when using you. So this is how it currently is. 2670 and 2955. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, anomaly 46.7% damage. Wow. Where's the engine data? Okay, let's just Get all those discs manually added. Attack percent diff. Okay. Attack percent. How to scan using screenshots. Okay. Let's go for...
Wanna be my research subject?
That's a duplicate. Of course. Metal. Oh. The rest are lower level. Okay. So this and then this. Oh, you astral voice. Shouldn't be astral voice. Are you even?
Where are we going? There's no class to.
Which alias should I use this time?
Yeah, that's appropriate. Physical anomaly built up.
Which alias should I use this time?
Ah. Okay. And so 0 or 10. And 5. У меня мастер бонус. Там за номер. Фикшнки. Or 2524. So normally build up with practice perfection is a bit lower. But it is just indeed on top. On 30, plate of defense. 269. One 57. So her signature weapon is better. Because I can indeed deal with the stacks, but oh yeah, it's only gonna stack as fast as long as I make sure to do the thing.
2 weeks ago, I released a video talking about this huge project that I worked for around 2 weeks or so. Actually, it was like 11 days, but anyway, the point stands. And the community support, it was actually massive because I got a lot of feedback, a lot of incredible messages from everyone, and it reached like levels that I never expected in my entire life. That's why today I'm releasing a huge, like really huge update for this calculator.
Oh.
And if you're here just to grab the new update and want to explore things by yourself, then check the comment section because I'm going to leave a pinned comment with the link to the calculator, just like I did on my previous video, and that's it. But this time, I'm also going to make a proper tutorial so you can see all the changes and how to use the calculator. The very first thing that you're going to do is click in the link down in the comments. It is going to bring you to this spreadsheet here. This part of the calculator didn't change that much. The only thing that you're going to see is that there's now a version checker. For example, if it's not updated, let's say you are in another version, you're going to get a link for the updated version, right? So it's pretty cool because this way you don't need to join my Discord server. You don't need to wait for a video talking about updates. Anytime that I make a new version, which you need to download and make a new copy, it's going to tell you, hey, you need to grab a new copy. Super cool feature that was suggested by some members on my Discord server, and I actually find it super cool because it is that good. So after opening this, you just go straight into the file menu and press make a copy. You can name it however you want. All you need to do is press make a copy. Don't ask for permission to edit the calculator. This is not what you need to do. You need to go into file and press make a copy. The first time that you make a copy is going to take some time because yes,
Okay, once again. Apparently I used outdated version. Jane. Furnace. The third one is Yuzuha. Mm-hmm. 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 Anomaly 60% basics. Okay, TPS, Calax, Drain, weapons. Defender, attack, anomaly. Okay. Gemini. Even more anomaly percent. How does Bernice work even?
Where are we going? There's no class today. Let's fire it up.
Ah, Bernice. Here. Best girl. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Scorched and Afterburn. Mm. Where the fuck is the Afterburn? Stop. Uh, Yes.
I'll protect you from any danger.
Got a new ghost story to share? Sokaku, ready! Isn't work time? Is food included? Where are we going? There's no class today.
Mediated. Mediated. 19%.
Need a fortune telling?
Do you want?
Today's reading is Be a Hero. We're up, Hooey! Wa-do-da! Don-da-don-don-da!
Purge corruption, restore clarity. Cycle of yin and yang. The weak spot is here. Yin and yang converge. Obliterate form and spirit. I'm supreme. Yin and yang. Evil shall turn to dust.
Time to break! Break up the heat!
How about I restart? Don't even prompt me.
Time to break. Break up the heat.
Cycle of yin and yang.
Up the creek.
Yin and yang.
Quickly now.
Blow, blow, blow away your trouble! Yeah!
My heart is in yours.
How to do anything.
This power. Awaiting order.
Oh. No clue. No clue. No clue at all.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep. More artifacts. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So there are like 3 support sets. And most support characters.
All things come to an end. Even time itself.
Support characters now require a very specific way to deal with this.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Oh. Okay, so not you. Then... Open for energy recharge. Okay. Hmm. You know, while I'm fine when it comes to food, I probably should eat some. What should I eat? Okay, I found some food. Hopefully will be the right type of food for me.
Сегодняшний ролик про один из главных парадоксов нынешней России. Самая крупная категория жертв путинской системы отнюдь не оппозиционеры, не противники режима. Большинство пострадавших – это те, кто так или иначе доверился Путину. Тема эта масштабная, и начнем мы ее с очень локальной истории, которую подсветил известный журналист из Донецка Денис Казанский. Власти самопровозглашенной ДНР изъяли квартиру у 62-летнего диспетчера скорой помощи Елены Голиковой. В видеообращении та рассказала, что приобрела квартиру в Донецке в 2019 году. Договор купли-продажи был оформлен в соответствии с ДНРовскими нормами, сделку сопровождал местный нотариус. Однако в ходе нынешней войны власти ввели санкции против предыдущих владельцев жилья, которые фактически перешли на новую владелицу. Так, договор 2019 года задним числом признали ничтожным, а квартиру обратили в собственность Народной Республики. Сейчас идет суд. Елену Голикову пытаются выселить из уже отобранной у нее квартиры. Это не новость, что у дончан отнимают недвижимость. Но в случае с Голиковой есть особое обстоятельство. В 2014 году она персонально и по идейным соображениям принимала участие в установлении власти ДНР. По словам Голиковой, она тогда вступила в ряды прокремлевских активистов, захвативших здание Донецкой администрации в качестве медработника. Здание это затем стало домом правительства Народной Республики. И вот что с ней произошло спустя 11 лет. Для некоторых людей эта история стала поводом позлорадствовать. Для нас же это повод поговорить о масштабном и сложном явлении, о государственном каннибализме, когда система ест своих, и в гораздо больших количествах, чем чужих. В описанной истории нельзя не обратить внимание. Граждане, признанные неблагонадежными, пострадали от ДНРовских властей в гораздо меньшей степени, чем активистка «Русской весны». Нет сомнений, что предыдущие владельцы квартиры, по всей видимости уехавшие из Донецка, были вынуждены продать ее по заниженной стоимости. Однако они остались хоть с какими-то деньгами. А Елена Голикова и без денег, и без жилья. Глава самопровозглашенной ДНР Денис Пушилин в своих программных заявлениях разделил дончан на две категории – уехавшие после 2014 года и оставшиеся. Для первых он предложил ввести презумпцию виновности. Раз уехали, значит неблагонадежные. Особенно, если уехали не в Россию, а куда-нибудь за рубеж. Эти однозначно предатели и точно спонсируют ВСУ. Тут и доказывать ничего не надо. А те, кто остались, настоящие герои. Только героям этим предусмотрены очень специфичные награды. С февраля 22 года в Донецке и окрестностях выгребли и убили в бессмысленных штурмах большинство местных мужчин старше 18 лет. Остальным достались отсутствие водопровода и канализации, необходимость набирать воду буквально в лужах, а также бесправие, постоянный передел собственности и всевозможные схемы отъема квартир. И в этом МММщик Пушилин весьма преуспел. Да, уехавшие из Донецка очень пострадали и многое потеряли, но оставшиеся потеряли гораздо больше. Еще один показательный случай, о котором малафеевский телеканал «Царьград» даже сделал отдельную передачу. Суть в следующем. Идейно заряженный житель Донбасса Александр Обухов в 2014 году вступил в Донецкое народное ополчение. В 2015 году он потерял ногу в бою против ВСУ. Несмотря на инвалидность, в 2022 году снова пошел воевать, причем добровольно. И даже, как говорит Царьград, совершил подвиг на передовой. Мать этого человека, Алла Валентиновна, такая же идейная. В 2014 году она участвовала в организации прокремлевского референдума в донбасском городке Селидово. Казалось бы, в пропагандистском конструкте это героиня и мать героя. Однако в 2025 году пожилую женщину не пропустили в Россию и поставили запрет на въезд в страну на 50 лет. Когда одни Z-блогеры подняли на эту тему шум, другие нашли рациональное объяснение. Мол, украинские каратели должны были Обухову казнить еще в 2014-м за организацию референдума. Но почему-то не казнили. Подозрительно. После 22-го киевские власти эвакуировали ее из Селидова, а потом выпустили в Европу, откуда она направилась в Россию. Что, мол, подозрительно вдвойне. Исходя из постов лояльных Z-блогеров, пропутинская пенсионерка оказалась буквально виновна в том, что ее в Украине не убили и не посадили. Справедливости ради, те военблогеры, которые не совсем конформисты, начали большую кампанию в поддержку этой Обуховой. Тот же Царьград подключился, и спустя несколько месяцев российские власти отменили свое решение и пустили ее в страну. И даже выдали российский паспорт. Однако история все равно показательная. И совершенно не исключительная. Недавно один из отцов-основателей ДНР и непосредственный участник полномасштабного вторжения 22 года Павел Губарев сообщил, в Россию не пустили его родного брата, близкого родственника, героя этой их русской весны, первого народного губернатора Донецка, выдворили в Беларусь. А потом депортировали и оттуда, поставив 75-летний запрет на въезд в Беларусь. Даже нашлась формальная причина. Он состоял в WhatsApp и в чате бывших одноклассников, присутствовали переписки, где была фотография с украинским флагом. Вот так вот. Сейчас перейдем к более близким нам событиям. Сначала небольшая коммерческая реклама. Посмотрите, пожалуйста. Перейдем к событию, которое гораздо ближе большинству россиян. Получить паспорт через 5 лет. МНМ специализирует оставаться независимым. Продолжим. Перейдем к событию, которое гораздо ближе большинству россиян, к мобилизации, объявленной 21 сентября 2022 года. Это ключевой момент не только нынешней войны, но и всего времени путинского правления. Тогда случалось, что мужчин хватали и доставляли в военкоматы с применением грубой физической силы. Но таких случаев было не большинство. Как правило, человек получал повестку с требованием явиться в военный комиссариат для сверки документов. И перед ним вставал выбор – поверить государству и явиться, или выбросить просто эту повестку и никуда не являться, Или бежать из страны. Вспомним, насколько изобретательными были пропагандисты в издевательствах над уехавшими изменниками. Соловьев и команда чуть ли не соревновались между собой в изысканности оскорблений.
Итак, мы потеряли 1,5 миллиона внезапно обретших новую родину, ощутивших себя казахами, армянами, узбеками, таджиками, киргизами, грузинами и получившие медаль за штурм. Они выучили все, что знали, но не нашли там необходимой еды для их изнеженных педерастическими сетями России магазинов.
Пропагандисты также грозили героям Верхнего Ларса самыми страшными расправами. Да и чиновники тоже. Например, глава Госдумы Вячеслав Володин называл уехавших трусами и предателями, призывал законодателей подумать о наказаниях для них. Однако, когда волна мобилизации спала, многие из вынужденных релокантов вернулись в Россию, и ничего плохого с ними не произошло. Чего нельзя сказать о более лояльных гражданах, которые поверили государству, приславшему бумажку с подписью и печатью. В сентябре 22-го они пошли в военкоматы сверять документы и не вернулись оттуда до сих пор. Не считая тех, кого вернули домой в гробу или лежачим инвалидом. За доверие к власти люди были наказаны этой властью так жестоко, как не был наказан никто из ее противников. У мобилизованных нет даже тех минимальных прав, которые есть у заключенных. Заключенный хотя бы спит на матрасе, ест в столовой. Он не рискует ежесекундно лишиться конечностей, органов чувств или жизни. Уголовник может отбыть свой фиксированный срок и выйти на свободу, в отличие от мобилизованных. Кстати, тот же Соловьев со временем оставил в покое уехавших от мобилизации и стал оттаптываться на мобилизованных. Они, мол, сами виноваты, что оказались не готовы к войне и исполнению священного долга, а их жены, мол, это тетки, которые ничего не понимают.
Тетка говорит, вот моего верните домой, чтобы что? Чтобы сделать что? А воевать кто будет, Пушкин? Или она просто хочет, чтобы всю страну подняли? Тоже вариант.
Это важно зафиксировать. Те, кого осенью 22 года официоз называл героями и провожал под марш прощания славянки, эти люди оказались бессрочно лишены свободы, прав на жизнь и человеческое достоинство. Их семьи разрушены, дети растут без отцов, жены стали терпеть прямые оскорбления. А те, кто государству не поверил и защитился, в итоге, если и пострадали, то далеко не так сильно. Живя в России, безусловно, нельзя не осознавать опасность оппозиционной активности. Но существует неумолимая статистика. За оппозиционность приговоры получают тысячи россиян, а зачастую это штрафы. А вот те, кто так или иначе доверился путинской системе, погибают и пропадают без вести сотнями тысяч. Попутно знакомиться с такими понятиями, как мясной штурм, обнуление, посадить на яму и пытать тапиком. Тапик – это телефонный аппарат ТА-57, и в сети гуляют уже несколько записей его использования в армии не по прямому назначению. Да, нельзя умалять риски, которые грозят оппозиционно настроенным россиянам. Но стоило сказать и о тех, чьи риски выше. Помимо мобилизованных и контрактников, повышенные риски есть у чиновников и у лояльных Путину олигархов. Там тоже потери военного времени. Приговоры и раскулачивание поставлены на поток. Политически благонадежных, доказавших верность делам, репрессируют чаще, чем нелояльных. О чем мы много раз говорили в прошлых роликах в связи с кампанией непрерывных посадок и особым случаем бывшего министра транспорта Романа Старовойта. Выглядит это как один большой парадокс, но именно такая парадоксальность характерна для режима, слетевшего с катушек. Сталинский большой террор охватил все слои общества, но никого не истреблял так же рьяно, последовательно и жестоко, как преданных коммунистов. Можно смотреть в Википедии биографии сталинских партийных деятелей, гулять по ссылкам и засечь, как скоро ты наткнешься на человека, у которого дата смерти не 37-й и не 38-й год. Можно долго гулять и не наткнуться. Суммируя сказанное, будь ты рядовой житель самопровозглашенной республики или деятель русской весны, просто российский мужчина трудоспособного возраста или путинский номенклатурщик, олигарх или высший военный чин, во многих случаях доверие и лояльность оказываются более опасными, чем недоверие и нелояльность. Хорошо задумавшись об этом, сложно не прийти к выводу. Главный архитектор нынешней политической системы не нужен во главе государства как противникам режима, так и его сторонникам. До войны от него, пожалуй, можно было дождаться благодарности за верность кому-то, кто был ему верен. Теперь это не так. Верность или даже просто доверие Путину выходит боком каждому. До завтра.
Ой, да то не волки воют за околицей, это вьюга затянула песню свою. Ты не плачь, сыночек, ты успокойся, баю, 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 баюшки, баю, 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 баюшки, баю. Злобной вьюге зря боишься ты, сыночка, просто слишком мал еще ты и душою чист. Есть у нас страшнее враг, моя кровиночка, этот враг, сыночек, укронацист. От него проклятого все наши невзгоды, если бы не он, могли бы жить, не тужить. Очень жаль, Ванюша, что тебе лишь 3 года, и не можешь ты пойти укропов крошить. Баюшки, баю, баюшки, баю, ничего нет лучше смерти в бою, ничего нет лучше смерти в бою. Баю, баюшки, баю. А твой средний брат стал, Ванюша, предателем, Боже, его грешного спаси и прости. Не послушал Вань ни отца, он ни матери, и специалистом стал каких-то IT. Его не отмолишь никакими молитвами, он теперь в Европе у сатрапа в плену. Коротает ночи там, небось, с содомитами, и не в Бога верует, а в сатану. Баю-бай, баю-бай, все враги подохнут, а мы попадем в рай. Все враги подохнут, а мы попадем в рай. Баю-бай, баю-бай. А братик твой старший ушел по контракту, родину не продал за латте и чизкейк. Постоял за други своя и за правду, а что плохое пишут про него, это фейк. А теперь героем воротился обратно, целых 9 месяцев страну защищал. Скоро мы ему установим оградку, и красивый памятник мэр обещал. Я про брата Ваня так скажу тебе, милый, светлую о нем память в сердце храня. Для того, сыночек, я вам жизнь подарила, чтобы отдавали вы ее за меня. Быть должна я, Ванечка, сильна и упряма, у победы, Ванечка, такая цена. Может быть, не очень я хорошая мама, но зато великая, сынок, я страна, но зато великая я, Ваня, страна. Баю-бай, баю-бай, поскорее засыпай, а не то придет бабай. Баю-бай, баю-бай.
Astra at...
Hey, my guy. Yeah? Need something? Yes, I do. Can you help get this LD Shop PNG off me? And how do you think I'm gonna help you do that? You come over here and help me take it off. Buddy, we're both also PNGs being displayed in DaVinci Resolve. You want that PNG off you? He has to clear it from the editing timeline. Can you stop spouting gibberish and come here and help? Holy shit, he really isn't listening to me. Ayo, big man, get me out of here. I can't stand this guy.
Ayo, big guy.
Welcome to part 2 of my attack versus anomaly analysis and Zenless Zone 0, and why the attack archetype is in a worse game state than the anomaly archetype. Last time we went over how the early game experience does not properly prepare players in how to play their stun agents and attack teams. In today's part, I'll be going over the next big problem, the gear system, and how anomaly agents have a massive advantage over attack agents when it comes to building them. Previously, I excluded aftershock-focused agents in the discussion, but today, given the specifics of the conversation, I think it's safe to include them this time around. So, let's talk gear. Well, before we can do that, let's briefly talk about ease of use. The concept of how easy something is to use with the intent to serve a purpose or achieve a goal. A great example of ease of use in the context of directly playing a character in ZZZ can be seen with Haramasa. As a character, he is solid all around for what was an S-rank attack agent given to players for free in version 1.4. The reason Haramasa doesn't get talked about a lot in discussions of meta usually falls down to his higher skill floor required to use him effectively in endgame content. His combos, team rotations, you get the gist. Comparatively, a character like Hugo is one of the easiest characters to play of the attack agents, assuming you have well-built stun agents of course, but I'm getting off track. The point is that a lot of players see ease of use as an important deciding factor when choosing if a character is worth pulling or not. Well, if we extend that line of logic to how a character is built, I believe we'll get the same result. Simply put, if a character is easier to build, they will be considered the better character. Theoretically speaking, any character can be really good in any of these gacha games when given enough investment through their respective gear systems. It's just that the heavy RNG nature of said gear systems will end up filtering out a lot of players in favor of either pulling for stronger characters to support, or even replace an existing character, or pull for signature weapons to close the stat gap for a character to achieve an ideal stat spread for endgame content. With all of this in mind, let's compare preferred stat requirements and gear options for attack agents and anomaly agents. Starting off with preferred stats, both attack and anomaly agents want attack-focused stats on their drive disks. Pretty self-explanatory. It's effectively the baseline to which everything a character's kit does damage-wise is calculated by. Moving on from there, attack agents want 2 additional stats, crit rate and crit damage. Meanwhile, anomaly agents' 2 stats are anomaly proficiency and anomaly mastery. The problem is that crit rate and crit damage are both stats that players need to roll for, and more importantly, balance on their drive discs, whereas anomaly proficiency is the only other stat besides attack for anomaly agents to focus on, as raising anomaly
Yeah. Disco 1, 2, 3. It's lighter 0.75 to the power of 6, 9, 12, 15 to the power of 4.
mastery through drive discs is only possible through disc slot 6, main stat, or the 2-piece set bonus of the Python's Melody disc set. This harsh restriction...
Python? Really?
of where and how anomaly characters can raise their anomaly mastery actually gives them a massive advantage when building disk drives compared to attack agents, as all they need is attack substats and anomaly proficiency substats. And even then, it's generally agreed upon in the community to put a higher priority on proficiency over attack. So if a disc has good AP rolls, you can generally take the hit if a disc rolls few or even no attack substats. Players building attack agents, on the other hand, will constantly find themselves in situations where they're struggling to meet as close to a balanced 1-to-2 ratio of crit rate and crit damage, either because they continue to roll on dead substats, or pieces constantly roll too much into one of the two crit stats, potentially resulting in diminishing returns. Moving on from that, let's go over 2-piece set bonuses for anomaly characters. A massive benefit of grinding discs for anomaly characters is just how much overlap there is between all anomaly characters' preferred disc sets. Python's Melody for more anomaly mastery, or Freedom Blues or Chaos Jazz, both offering anomaly proficiency. There is, of course, element-specific sets, or even Hormone Punk for some more attack, but generally, the aforementioned sets are never not an excellent choice if you've already got some good ones. By comparison, there's a much wider selection of 2-piece disc sets to choose from that has a greater variety
into anomaly proficiency
and value to a unit based on how much the character needs of the 2-piece set stat in question. Woodpecker Electro and Branch and Blade Song both need to also take into account the current character's crit rate and crit damage substat rolls to once again determine if it's needed for the character in combination with the substats on each of their 2 pieces. Again, Anomaly Proficiency doesn't have this problem, because it is effectively left all to itself in regards to what a player is looking for, and is not actively fighting for value with another substat. The end result of all of this is an ease of use that makes Anomaly agents What's going on? He turned me around in the editing software. I can't see you anymore. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I got the LD Shop PNG off. Oh, he took it off you? That's great. But what happens now? What happens now is we part ways. What? Why? What's going on? Let's just say I've been given the go-ahead. What does that mean? Enough with the riddles. What are you going to do? Oh, don't worry about it. It'll be alright. What'll be alright? What are you going to do? Who just played gunshot audio files in the editing software? Welcome to the final part of my Attack vs Anomaly series in Zenless Zone Zero. We've talked about how the early game poorly prepares players for stun agents, how gear favors one side over the other, and today we're going to talk about the agents themselves. Fact of the matter is, nothing else matters more than the actual units that reside within the archetypes and how it can drive the meta when compared to other archetypes. So let's dig in and wrap up the last of this discussion. Let me briefly remind everyone of the concept of ease of use brought up in part 2. In the context of ZZZ, the easier the agents are to use, and of course the more agents they can synergize with, the overall better the agent will be. To cut to the chase immediately, Anomaly agents by design already work with one another right out of the gate. The disorder mechanic, which only asks that
Dumbass. What a fucking dumbass. Yeah, okay, look. Jane has a breakpoint of heaven, and so fucking dumb. This is ridiculously dumb.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent? Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east.
With the mixing process,
Whip
you don't
here.
keep your
Best I don't
voice
see you over in the west then.
What a place.
What sort of color is this?
Full of surprises.
Onion skin?
Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best I don't see you over in the west then.
Here.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
a place. You might want to get a guide. Familiar with the mixing process if you
I'm
don't
heading
keep
east.
your voice down.
Don't you come with you here. Best I don't see you over in the west then.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. What a place. What sort of surprises?
I'm heading
the
east.
mixing process if
Best
you
I
don't
don't
keep
see
your
you
voice
over in
down.
the west then.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. What a place. Interfere with the mixing
I'm heading
process
east.
if you don't keep your voice
With
down.
you here. Best I don't see you over in the west then.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there,
Is
and
the
it will
ability to
never
not get lost
perish.
some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the place. Full of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't
Best I
keep your
don't see
voice
you
down.
over in the west then.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What a place. World is full of surprises. You might want to get a guide
I'm heading
if you're not
east.
familiar with the
Don't
area.
you come with you here. Rotten onion skin?
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your
Best I
voice
don't
down.
see you over in the west then.
What a place. World is full of surprises.
I'm heading east.
What sort
Don't
of
you come
color
with
is
you
this?
here.
Rotten onion skin?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. With the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best I don't see you over in the west then.
Is the
What
ability
a
to not get lost
place.
some sort of talent?
Full of surprises.
What sort of color is this?
I'm heading
You might
east.
want to get a guide
Don't
if
you
you're not
come with
familiar
you
with
here.
the area.
Best I don't see
Interfere
you
with
over
the
in the
mixing
west
process
then.
if you don't keep your voice down. What a place. World is full of surprises. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Onion skin? I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. Best I don't see you over in the west
Interfere with the
then.
mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. What a place. Full of surprises.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion
You might want to
skin?
get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Best I don't see you over in the west
Interfere with
then.
the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. Place. Full of surprises. You might want to get a guide if you're not
What sort of
familiar with the
color is
area.
this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Best I don't see you over in
Interfere
the
with the
west
mixing
then.
process if you don't keep your voice down. Full of surprises. You might want to get a guide if you're not
What sort of
familiar with
color
the
is
area.
this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. you over in the West, then.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
The world is full of surprises.
I'm heading east.
What sort
Don't
of
you come
color
with,
is
you
this?
hear?
Rotten onion skin?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Best I don't see you over in the West, then.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What a place.
I'm heading
The abyss is like the world's shadow.
here.
It's always there, and it will never perish.
Ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide
Best
if
I
you're not
don't see you
familiar with
over in
the
the
area.
West, then.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What a place.
What sort of
Surprises.
rotten onion
I'm heading
skin?
east. Don't you come with, you hear? Best I don't see you over in the West, then.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Process if you don't keep your voice down.
What a place.
Rotten onion skin?
Full of surprises.
Best I don't see you over in the West, then.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
I'm heading east.
What
Interfere with the
Don't you
mixing
come
process if
with
you
here.
don't keep your voice down.
Rotten onion skin? Rebooting.
Best I don't see you over in the West, then.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading
Is
east.
this?
Don't
Rotten
you come
onion
with, you
skin?
hear?
The world is full of surprises.
Best I don't
You might
see
want
you
to get
over
a
in
guide
the
if
West,
you're not
then.
familiar
Is
with
the
the
ability
area.
to not get lost some sort of talent?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
Rotten onion skin?
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your
What
voice
a
down.
place. The world is full of surprises.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Is
Best
the
I
ability
don't
to
see
not
you
get
over
lost
in
some
the
sort of
West,
talent?
then.
All things come to an end,
Don't you come with,
even time itself.
Rotten onion skin?
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Full of surprises.
Best I don't see you over in the West, then. I'm heading east.
Interfere with the mixing
Don't you come with,
process if
you
you
hear?
don't keep your voice down. Get a guide.
What a place. The ability to
Best I
not get
don't
lost
see
some
you
sort
over
of
in the West,
talent.
then.
You might want to interfere with the mixing
heading
process if you don't
Don't
keep
you
your
come
voice
with,
down.
you hear?
What sort of color is this?
What a place. Full of surprises. Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. What sort of
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here.
Don't interfere with the mixing
Best they don't
process
see
if
you
you
over
don't
in the
keep your
west,
voice
then.
down.
Rotten onion skin?
What a place. Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't
I'm heading
keep your
east.
voice down.
Don't you come with you here. Best they don't see you over in the west, then.
What a place. Surprises.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
With the mixing
Best they don't
process
see
if
you
you
over
don't
in the
keep your
west,
voice
then.
down.
What's the ability to not get lost some sort of talent? Surprises.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
Interfere with the
Best
mixing
they don't
process
see
if
you
you
over in
don't
the
keep your
west,
voice
then.
down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here.
What a place. Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Best they don't see you over in the
Mixing
west,
process
then.
if you don't keep your
What
voice
a
down.
place. Surprises.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Best they don't see you over in the west. I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see you over in the west, then.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Is the ability to not get
What
lost some
a
sort of
place.
talent?
World is full of surprises. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar Interfere with the the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see you over in the west, then.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east.
You might want to get a
Don't
guide
you
if
come
you're not
with you
familiar
here.
with the area.
What a
Don't interfere
place.
with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they
Is
don't
the
see
ability
you
to
over
not
in
get
the
lost some
west,
sort of
then.
talent?
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
You might
What
want to get
a
a guide if you're not
place.
familiar with the area.
Full of surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Best they don't see you over in the west,
don't keep your voice down.
Best I don't see you over in the west then. What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
All things come to an end, even time itself.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here.
Get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Best I don't see you over in the
With the
west
mixing
then.
process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
You might want to get a guide if
The
you're not
abyss is
familiar
like the
with area.
world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent? What a place.
Best I don't see you over in the
Interfere
west
with the
then.
mixing
Onion
process
skin?
if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you
You
here.
might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Best I don't
What
see
a
you over in the
place.
west
Rotten
then.
onion skin?
Full of surprises.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't
All
keep your
things
voice
come
down.
to an end, even time itself.
I'm heading east.
You might
Don't
want
you
to get a
come with
guide
you
if you're
here.
not familiar with the area.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What sort of color? Best I don't see you over in the west then.
What a place. Surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm
Is
heading
the
east.
ability to not get lost
Don't
some
you
sort
come
of
with
talent?
me here. Best I don't see you over in the west then.
Surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to
I'm
get a
heading
guide
east.
if you're not familiar
Don't you
with the
come
area.
with you here.
What a
Best I
place.
don't see you over in the west then.
Surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to
I'm heading east. Don't you come with me here. Best I don't see you over in the west then.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What a
What
place.
sort of color is this?
Full of
Rotten
surprises.
onion skin?
Best I don't see you over in the west then. I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. Keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion
What
skin?
a place. World is full of surprises.
Best I don't see you over in the west I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten
Is the
onion
ability to
skin?
not get lost some sort of talent? What a place. World is full of
I'm heading
surprises.
east. Don't you come with you here.
process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
What a place. The world is full of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear? Best I don't see you over in the west, then.
You might want to get with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten
What
onion
a
skin?
place. The world is full of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear? Best I don't see you over in the west, then.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
What a place. The world is full of surprises.
Best I don't see you over in the west, don't you come with, you hear?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Familiar with the area. You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
What a place. The world is full of surprises.
Best I don't see you over in
You
the
might want
west,
to get a
then.
guide if you're not familiar with the area. You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Surprises.
Best I don't see you over in the west, then.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come
All
with, you
things
hear?
come to an end, even time itself.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar
Is
with
the ability to
area.
not get lost some sort of talent? The world is full of surprises.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you
Best
don't
I
keep
don't
your
see you
voice
over
down.
in the west, then. I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
What a place.
You'll interfere with the mixing
surprises.
process if you don't keep your voice
Best
down.
I don't see you over in the west, then. I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of
Is the
color
ability to
this?
not get lost some
Rotten
sort of
onion
talent?
Skin?
What a place.
You'll interfere with the
Full of
mixing
surprises.
process if you don't keep your
Best
voice
I
down.
don't see you over in the west, then. I'm heading east. Don't you come with, you hear?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent? What a place. The world is full of surprises.
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep
Best
your
I don't
voice
see
down.
you over in the west, then. I'm heading east.
You might want to get a
Don't you
guide
come
if you're
with,
not
you
familiar
hear?
with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What sort of
What
color
a
is this?
place.
Rotten onion skin? Best they don't see you over in the west
Interfere
then.
with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Best they don't see you over in the west then.
What a
Onion skin?
place. The world is full of surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't want to get your voice down. Not familiar with the area.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. Best they don't see you over in the west then.
What a place. The world is full
What
of
sort of color
surprises.
is this? Rotten onion skin?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the
I'm
area.
heading
With the
east.
mixing process if you
come
don't
with
keep
you
your
here.
voice down.
Where do we come from?
Ability to not get lost some
And
sort of
where are
talent?
we going?
Best they don't
What
see
a
you over in the
place.
west then.
It's full of surprises.
What sort of color is this? I'm heading east. Rotten onion skin? Don't you come with you here.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
The abyss is like the world's shadow.
Not get lost.
It's always there, and it will never perish.
Best they don't see you
What
over
a
in the
place.
west then.
The world is full of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see you over
What
in the
a
west
place.
then.
The world is full of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. What sort of color is this?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
If you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What a place.
Best they don't see you over in the west
Full of
then.
surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you here. What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of
Interfere
talent?
with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see you over in the west then.
You might want to get a guide if
What
you're not
a
familiar with
place.
the area.
The world is
I'm heading
full of
east.
surprises.
Don't you come with you here. What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
You'll interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your
Best
voice
they
down.
don't see
All
you over
things
in the
come to
west
an
then.
end,
Don't you come with
even
me
time
here.
itself.
Get a
What a
guide if you're not
place.
familiar with the area.
Full of surprises. Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What sort of
Man.
color is this? Rotten onion skin? Best they don't see you over in the west. Don't you come with
With the
me
mixing
here.
process if you don't keep your voice down.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin? Best they don't see you over in the west
Interfere with
then.
the mixing process if you don't keep
I'm
your
heading
voice
east.
process if you don't keep your voice down.
What
You might want to get a
place.
guide if you're not familiar
I'm
with
at
the area.
ease.
Surprises.
Don't you come with you hear?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
What sort of color is this? Rotten onion skin?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area. Interfere with the mixing process if you don't
Best
keep
they
your
don't
voice
see
down.
you over in the west then.
Surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you hear?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
What sort of color is this?
Best they don't see you over in the west then.
What a place.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you hear?
You might want to get
Where
a
do we
guide
come
if you're
from?
not familiar with the area.
And where are we going?
West then.
What a place. Surprises.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your
I'm
voice
heading
down.
east. Don't you come with
Is
you
the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Best they don't see you over in the west then.
What sort of color is this? Rotten
What
onion
a
skin?
place. Full of surprises.
I'm heading
Is
east.
the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Best they don't see you over in the west then.
Surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you hear?
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see you over
You
in
might
the
want to
west
get a guide
then.
if you're not familiar with the area.
What
What sort
a
of color
place.
is this? Rotten onion
Full
skin?
of surprises.
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you hear?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Don't interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
Best they don't see
What
you
a
over in the west
What
then.
sort of color is this?
Full of
Rotten
surprises.
onion skin?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Is the
I'm
ability
heading
to not
east.
get lost some sort
Don't
of
you
talent?
come with you hear?
Don't interfere with the
Best they
mixing
don't see you
process if
over
you
in the
don't keep
west
your
then.
voice down.
Rotten onion skin?
What a place. The world is full of surprises.
You might
I'm
want to
heading
get a
east.
guide if you're not
Don't you
familiar
come
with
with
the
you
area.
hear?
What sort
Best they don't see you over in the
Interfere
west
with the
then.
mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
What a place. Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Come with you hear? Best they don't see you over in the west then.
Interfere with the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
I'm heading east. Don't you come with you hear?
Don't
onion
keep
skin?
your voice down. What
I'm
a
heading
place.
east. Don't you come
World is
with, you
full
hear?
of surprises.
Maybe I'm not going to delete this one, or maybe I should, because that's the fence. But I'm just gonna not worry about anything.
Show me your moves. Stir things up. Strike a pose. In your dreams. Sha. By ordinance divine. Annihilate. Ha. Yeah. Watch this! Ah. Shower me with praise! Let the world come alive! Transfiguration! Ha! Ja, ja. Ha! Ja. Ah. Shall we? Ha! 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 Yeah. Yoo-hoo! Over. How brilliant! Let my name echo in song! Take your true form! Do your master's bidding! Annihilate! Ha! Ha! Ja! Ha! Ha! Ja! Ha! This should be fun! Yeah! Ha! Ja! Yeah! My will embodied! Ja! 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 Ha! Ja! 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 Ah.
Prepare yourself. Well,
May
here comes another.
By ordinance divine. Let's stir things up. Obey. Surprise baptism. Take your true form. Manifest. Extinguish. Astro. Thank you for I don't know. I'm scared because I finally saw an AI video that I liked and I hated that I liked it, and I feel like I need to like cleanse my brain. I don't want to be susceptible to enjoying the AI snob. What video? It was
This realm is
it was
truly beginning to
ASMR
thrive.
glass fruit cutting. So it was like cutting a glass strawberry, and then the strawberry like hit the table and goes like ding, ding. That was kind of good though. It kind of was, which is why I hate it. I hate it. I also hate it. Well, I haven't made ASMR, but as someone who has made ASMR in the past, I hate it because ASMR should be homegrown by humans and tapirs, not generated by computers. There's no soul in it. I don't.
Makes sense. Руслан Сочи, встрече Путина и Трампа быть СС. На Луне пьяный марафон.
Пам-пам. Привет, я Руслан Усачев, и сегодня мы поговорим о самых интересных новостях в России и мире за последнее время. И если вы смотрите это видео на ютубе, то обязательно подписывайтесь на мой канал. Нас здесь все меньше, нужно держаться вместе. Начнем мы с чего-то легкого, постепенно будем разгоняться, потому что вот все, конечно, эти ультиматумы Трампа Путину стороной не обойти, но просто у самого президента США сейчас есть вопросы поважнее. Пам-пам. Дональд Трамп поддержал рекламу джинсового бренда American Eagle с участием актрисы Сидни Суини. Чего? Раскладываю ситуацию. Американский бренд одежды выпустил вот такую рекламу с популярной актрисой, где она хвастается, как ей идут джинсы American Eagle.
My jeans are blue.
И слоган всей этой рекламной кампании «Sydney Sweeney has great jeans». У Сидни отличные джинсы. Но это еще и игра на созвучие. Джинсы по-английски звучат похоже на гены. То есть, что она не из-за штанов так хорошо выглядит, а у нее просто правильные, хорошие гены. В этом в основном состоит карьерный успех Сидни Суини. Это максимум забавная игра слов. Тут нужно вспомнить эту всю воук-культуру, которая правила в США последние годы. Там равенство, инклюзивность и другие блага демократической партии. А тут внезапно бренд очень крупный хвалит гены белой женщины. Кошмар, культурный маятник качнулся в другую сторону. Авторов рекламы чуть ли не нацистами признали. Не впрямь официально в США,
But it is cringe. Come on. Yeah, whatever, man. Alright. Looks like that's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Oh.